Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
To the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely Monday morning and we have enough packed to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Indeed, a lot packed for you this morning. Onyeka Valentine is my name. Lizzie, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to see you
know
this
I was
morning.
going to say welcome back.
I knew you were going to say that.
If it wasn't because, we are business television, if we're really an entertainment, I could have probably been singing, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And then I'll not end by saying, Cabello. Anyways, how did it go?
Interesting. It was great.
Very well,
Thank
very
you.
well. In case you guys don't know, she went to do some great business for Business Day.
Yeah, I actually did represent
back.
Business Day
Welcome
at the
back.
end of the day. It's good to be back here. So let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off with 42-year-old Ajalkuta plant set for reboot with $2 billion Chinese-backed plan. Again, on the headlines this morning, Lagos announces traffic diversion for Ikeja Road reconstruction from March 6th. Iran launches fresh ballistic missile strikes on Israel. OPEC Plus approves hike in oil production as Gulf crisis escalate. Those are some of our headlines this morning on the front pages. Well, we'll see what we have on the front pages this morning. Newspaper review coming up next. But we'll take a quick break and be right back to see what we have on the front page. Just stay with us.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They're survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and it's time for us to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. As always, we start off from the Business Day paper. You know what it is. On the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, it says expanding economy yet to ease Nigeria's living costs. That's on the front page of Business Day this morning. Again, 42-year-old Ajaokuta plant set for reboot with $2 billion Chinese-backed plan. That's on page 31 of the papers this morning. And on page 30 of the papers, Nigeria faces oil windfall, petrol shock as US-Iran war rages. $100 per barrel likely if disruption persists. This is according to analysts. And on page 30 of the papers this morning still says, does Nigeria need a stronger or stable Naira? That's a deep dive into that story by Wasiu Ali. But let's talk about the biggest story here, talking about the expanding economy yet to ease Nigeria's living costs. Well, we see it every time, especially on global stages where we talk about West Africa, and then you mention Nigeria, obviously maybe leading the pack, or maybe like expanding in terms of its economy. But it's always a little bit ironical when you think about how, despite the fact that there's this expansion in the economy, we're seeing that Nigeria's living costs is still, more or less
below average.
Below average, yes. And the people are still grappling to survive. I mean, we talked about recently how, even owning a home in Nigeria, owning a car, all of these basic things are
quite challenging, really.
It's almost like you have to be a part of, the 1% of the 1% to even have these things. And that just shows you an economy that it's like, when you look at all of the indicators that, makes it for a good economy, working economy, it looks like we're lacking.
It is, most definitely. Everything you just said is striking it at the bull's eye. And even making it even more, as making it worse, is the fact that those who are responsible for breaking down this thing and making us understand what it will look like in 5 years or so, and not doing it in the favor of Nigerians. I will explain. And I haven't said so. This is not me throwing darts at likes of Bismarck Rwani or other key economists, those key analysts. It's me just saying the way it is. If we're looking at expanding, right? If the expanding economy yet might ease a little bit, the question now is, what will make it ease up? Is it that some areas will lack? It's important to know these things. Okay, so money is being injected into the country based on our budget, back to back. Those other areas that make those other industries not work, can we look at those areas? Again, I fall back to the analysts and those economists who are supposed to be advising our government. When I say our government, I mean, of course, the CNC and every other person who is directly in the front line of talking about our economy so that we can grow. But again, the news has said expanding will we see some ease moving forward? Let's wait until we hear from those people, really.
Absolutely. Let's see if we will actually hear from them. But still on the front page of Business Day paper this Monday, it's quite an interesting one. It says Nigeria faces oil windfall as petrol shock as US-Iran war rages.
Indeed. Honestly, I was expecting this. As of last week, we got people saying globally that, look, if the US-Israel war on Iran, because let's call a spade, right? I am not a fan of anyone who's an aggressor. In this matter, we know already that the US and Israel are the aggressors. It's not as if it's not because Valentine said so. It's a fact, because they are the ones who are at the borderline to Iran, and they struck first. And of course, they killed the supreme leader, right? And so there's a whole lot. I don't see anytime soon where this war will trickle down. Iran will want to not just make a point, they're already making a point, they've retaliated. And they warned before this time, look, if you guys strike Iran, it will no longer be an Israel-US-Iran war. It will be a regional war. Everywhere US has a base, whether it's in Qatar, whether it's in Dubai, every other place they have a base is a fair target. And fair enough, let's be honest. In war, if you draw the line and say you're attacking military bases and military installments, prepare for retaliation. However, right, a lot of fingers are pointed towards, Netanyahu. Already is a war criminal. He has been someone, a couple of places he never showed up. Making it even worse, the first strike killed more than 40-something school kids. They were in school, learning. You see, so, again, what am I trying to say is, at the end of the day, the emotions are running very deep. Only on Sunday, the news broke that the supreme leader was also struck and got killed in his own residence. Russia had mentioned to him, look, leave Iran for your safety. He said, no, the communists don't run. And that's a strong leader, right? And it's not we saying, okay, Iran is better off. No, he shows strong leadership, even at the point of death. What does that show you? It shows you that, look, 90% of Iranians, of course they have 10% who are actually saying no regime change or no regime change. We don't know if they are actually politically motivated by Mossad or politically motivated by some CIA or whatever it is, because we'll see those little pockets of protesters. But the main protesters, the main people who are actually backing this regime, you see them in the streets of Iran, the ones who are really feeling the brunt, saying, look, leave Iran alone. The rest of the world is not even with the United States in this matter. The US is alone in this matter. What does that tell you? It tells you that this is an illegal war. Even the Congress back there in the US didn't even give a pass to it. They said, we are not in support of the war. So it gives Iran even stronger ground. Even though they lost their supreme leader, immediately his son has already done what? Succeeded him. So it gives them a stronger flow to say, come what may, this fight will continue. And if it continues, this is where the problem is. The strikes of Hormuz, where oil tankers pass through, that area is so important and so pivotal to the rest of the world's global economy that if it is obstructed, what it will mean is that cost of oil per barrel will skyrocket. It might be in interest of some countries and not in some countries. It all depends. But how does it affect Nigeria? Let's be honest. Analysts have said, if this war continues for another 1 week, we might see more than 100 naira per barrel, right? And we're already seeing that already. So what are we now saying? Iran is not willing to back down because the supreme leader has been killed. Emotions are running deep. Do you know it's 40 days of mourning of the leader, and everyone is out on the streets? So which means it's no longer just about the war now. Be more weary about the people who are fighting, right, a war, or put it this way, more worried about the people who are fighting a war based on religion, telling you that will not only stand as a nation, will also stand with the backing of Islam, saying that Iran is the seat of Islam and they will not be toppled. Such a people, I tell you, can fight to the last breath that they have. So, are we going to see oil prices increase as we move ahead? Most definitely. Will it be in the interest of Nigeria? This is the question now. Remember, we are an oil producing country. So think about it, give and take. Will we see we making money because other countries will come to us because they cannot, go through the stress of Hormuz? All this will happen. We'll see the end of it. Give it another 1 week. That's just my opinion, though.
All right, and speaking of some of the things that might benefit us in the long run or not benefit us, on the front page of the paper this morning, we talk about the Ajaokuta plant. It says 42-year-old Ajaokuta plant set for reboot with $2 billion Chinese-backed plan. One of the things that, you already said, there you go. One of the things that I got to see at the conference which I attended last week was, how there have been lots of conversations about superpowers, China, China, United States, and how the dynamics might be changing. One of the things that I think was the deputy governor of the central bank of Mozambique, Botswana. He had mentioned that I think at this point we should be looking at moving towards maybe more economy should be looking at moving towards a double currency in foreign exchange, just not obviously for the longest time we've always used foreign exchange, dollar, but it's talking about now economy should be diversifying towards the yen because of how powerful China is. And so when you look at this Ajaokuta plan being set for reboot with $2 billion Chinese money back plan, it just tells you something. There's one thing for us to we're excited. Ajaokuta plant, that's something that is good for our economy for today. But then when I think about how it just seems like we are continuously dependent on these superpowers, and it's just for me it's just a different type of colonialism, if you ask me. Back in the days, colonialism we're talking about slave trade and all of that, but this is sort of something like colonialism now, economic colonialism, if you ask me.
I'm glad that you're speaking my language, because I know very well I like those areas, and the fact that you're bringing all those areas out makes me understand even more that, look, if anyone who's watching back home, right, doesn't see this particular episode and say, man, these people, they're heading somewhere, then they are jokers. But just to add to that, Lizzie, now the question now is, are we in between a hard place and the deep blue sea? I will say yes. I will explain. So we know already that some people have huge ambition for 2027. Now, we also are aware that we have serious issue with terrorism. We are caught up in that angle already, battling it almost like unending. So the US is now saying, look, we can help you. At some point it was whether or not you like it, we'll strike, and they struck. They finally came to some, which we are all aware, kind of partnership they're working with Nigeria to supply us with weapons or, intel. But regarding China, the reason why I believe that they are pushing so hard is because they know that, look, based on military-wise, right, and other areas based on security, there's a question mark there because US is kind of moving faster. So if US is moving faster in the economic and in the security angle, they can move faster in the economic angle, and that's the fact. People don't know Chinese are very smart people. They know that at the long run, at the end of the day, another 5-10 years from now, right, they will have their footings well grounded and rooted in Nigeria than the US. Why? Because they are willing to give you money and also work on those infrastructure that already to you are depleted and gone. Right? Good example, Ajaokuta Steel. For the longest time, import. So Chinese, they've seen an opportunity. Look, wait a minute. Why do you want to import? Can we see how we can sustain and help you in, creating what we call a Lazarus effect on Ajakuta steel? And of course, any reasonable government could have said, let's go for it. But there's a catch now. If we cannot pay, remember, that's our national asset. If we cannot pay the money they put into that thing, or the interest to build, what does that mean? It means at some point and someday, I'll not say the rest, I'll leave it at that.
Leave it at that. Well, let's move on now to the front page of the Punch paper this morning, talking about the 2027 polls. It looks like we're in for some astronomical type of events occurring in the next 1 year, 2 years.
It kind of sounds like a bout in between two boxers, and we're looking forward to that match.
Actually, it looks like a lot of things are about to happen in the next few years. We're seeing many countries now heading towards the elections. Nigeria heading towards the elections next year. I think South Africa is heading towards next elections in about 2 years. Just a number of African countries, and you know what that's always brings. When we were seeing years where there are elections back to back different countries. Well, speaking of Nigeria, it says 2027 polls won't be 100% perfect. INEC chair warns. And this is on page 8 and 45. Now, we're not expecting everything to be perfect, but I'm sure for an average Nigerian already getting pre-informed that 27 polls will be 100% perfect. An average Nigerian is thinking, what are your plans? Do you have some sinister? Are you already telling us that maybe the election won't be free and fair? Because those are some of the biggest concerns and worries that many Nigerians have. Elections tend to be almost like you can't be sure,
like a tug of war.
Yeah, even when you put in your own candidate, when you feel the pulse of the people, and then at the end of the day, it seems like it gets rigged, or things just happen. So I think many Nigerians have lost faith. Many.
Indeed, I'll tell you.
I don't like to be a pessimist. I always like to be very optimistic. But then,
honestly, what we're doing, we're striking the thing at the middle, saying, give and take. This might happen, this might not happen. So I think you are on point. And just to let you know that you're even more on point than I even thought you were, is this. The fact that you mentioned that, look, that voters' apathy is the problem. Anyone out there who's wise will think and say, that's true. But how do we now mitigate it? This is where NOA, I keep on saying, we begin to put together short documentaries, put together short exposés, short, one call it clips or whatever, to begin to educate people. Wait a minute, it's no longer going to be business as usual. Don't worry. Make sure you get your voter's card, register. Make sure you don't enfranchise yourself because of what has happened before. Last election might not be the same with this election. Break down areas that will make Nigerians, people even in diaspora, who want to see a better government come out, will begin to now say, you know what, we now believe in the system. INEC, we now believe in you. This is the truth of the matter. We are emotional people. How do you cut across information that will not only be constructive, educative, but more important, right, instrumental to cracking down on voters' apathy? It is right now that it should start. Unfortunately, again, we'll wait until the end, or maybe towards the end, and we'll have what we call fire brigade run around, up and down, people now losing their lives because things on ground are not put in place to make sure that this 2027 is a success. Because come what may, whether or not we like it, 2027 elections will take place.
Absolutely. Still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, quite a number of things are happening on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. I think just to quickly read the riders of the big story, it talked about INEC reviews party rules as new electoral act sparks regulatory overhaul. And then Amu Peter says network glitches, others hampered real-time e-transmission of FCT polls. And it says PDP ADC kickoff e-registration, APC moles deadline extension. And on page 45 of the papers this morning, it says Army Major 10 terrorists killed in Floyd military base attack. Tinubu convinced police council today to confirm DSU. That's on page 24 of the paper. It's page 8 says Iran-US conflict may raise Nigeria's fuel prices. We already talked about that one. And on page 43 of the paper it says fans cashless policy rollout sparks airport gridlock. And on page 8 of the paper it says school owners fear 700,000 Ogun students may miss WASE. And on page 43 of the paper it says federal government AFC Inc. $1.3 billion mining investment deal. These are some of the stories we have on the front page of the Punch paper. Do you want to pick on anyone?
Well, I mean, more importantly, I'm more concerned about schools and school owners. Of course, WASE that we're looking towards. I'm just worried that 700,000 Ogun students may miss that examination. The question now is, I mean, why? What's responsible for that? Is it based on logistics or what exactly? However, it is what it is because education is quite key. It's not something that we can sweep under the carpet or give less light to, because they say education is the master key. But very quickly again, let's look at the very one you mentioned, although we mentioned already, which is the Iran-US conflict may raise Nigeria's fuel prices. I said it before, right? And anyone back home watching might agree, some might disagree, but the truth of the matter still remains. If this war drags on, Iran has said that they are more than prepared and ready, and they're talking about retaliation from the angle of revenge. Do you know what that is? Which means all targets, right, that is military inclined is a go-go. And we don't know how long this thing will drag on, right? Already, Trump doesn't have the backing of this war from the Congress, meaning to say it will drag on. It drags on, right? The Strait of Hormuz at some point will be a fair target, because if they believe they can frustrate tankers going through that Strait of Hormuz, right? They can frustrate tankers, obviously, to affect the American economy, to affect other economies too. Again, how does it affect Nigeria? Like I said before, oil prices might increase. What's the tendency? It says 80% about 20%. So when that happens, are we, so far right now, what we produce, is it enough for us? If it's not enough for us, what we obviously, that runs through our refinery and finally gets into our filling stations, is it enough to cover Nigerians' need for petrol? If not, then we are bound to one thing and one thing only: import, import, import. And in importing, obviously importing globally into Nigeria, what do you expect to happen? These things will affect pump prices as we go ahead. I only pity for those who have vehicles that are above, 4 cylinder. If you drive a V8, you're in trouble.
And you're talking about yourself.
I don't know.
You're talking about it. You just have to talk about yourself on this show.
I'm just saying. So that's what I think. I think most definitely fuel prices will increase, and unfortunately, then you have to now adjust your livelihood.
Should we open a GoFundMe for you?
I'm thinking you guys should. I need that GoFundMe. And please, you want to put it into the account, and she will manage the account. And she'll be in dollars.
I will definitely manage the account. Because I'm thinking about you now, because you just have to put it out there. So if everyone who was, anything like a VA engine, I'm like, we are speaking for yourself.
Right.
Anyway, let's see what we have on the front page of other papers this morning. Or do you want to still take a look at
I know we touched the Business Day. We've also spoken about the Punch. Pretty much Vanguard has, if you look at it, it says U.S., the same news back to back. U.S., Israel wipe out Iran's top military brass. Again, it's all over social media. People know this story. Well, that's the Guardian we're looking at here. But maybe we should move. Okay. Pretty much. So it says, the Guardian says, markets jittery as Iran conflict fuels supply chain crisis. $100 per barrel. Oil rally. It will increase. Like I said before, right? We are looking at, a major key figure has just been assassinated, killed in his own homeland. Do you think the people will back down? Of course not. Right now, it is clear the U.S. and Israel together are the ones who are the aggressors. Whether or not the narrative that pushes towards Iran is a threat to the U.S., right? Whether that narrative is positive or negative, it boils down to one thing, which is the Iran people don't believe in that. And most of the world don't believe in it because they've seen this thing over and over again. We remember the narrative that was pushed towards Iraq time, also towards Afghanistan, right? Even Americans are saying we don't want a war with Iran. And so when we are seeing that markets will be affected, most definitely it will. But the question now is, for how long? How long can we sustain this? The longer that war continues, most definitely the more we might face tougher times. Per barrel goes higher. It goes higher. Of course, cost of living becomes higher because everything boils down to transportation and logistics. Because if the pump price in the fuel stations is high, your transportation cannot be the same. Remember, the same transportation moves goods and services from the points of converge to individual points where you can now go and buy from your shop. And if someone who is a shop dealer, right, a shop person owns his own business, normally buys, let's say, a crate of egg for 5,000 naira, and now transportation goes high, of course that crate of egg will no longer be 5,000 naira. It becomes that, who knows, 5,500 or 6,000 naira. That's if I thought you even see the eggs. What does this mean? Cost of living becomes higher. What does this mean? Your normal, eat in the morning, eat in the afternoon, eat in the evening, will be adjusted. Stomach infrastructure will step in. So it will trickle down to a lot. And of course, when there's no light, based on power grid not being sustained to carry out, give out enough power to the communities and people, they want to resort to generators. There will be no fuel in generators. What happens? If there's no light to run on your business. So it will affect people in different ways. The question now is, how long can we sustain that?
Speaking of how long we can sustain what and what not, I think one story that's really caught my attention this morning is, speaking of cashless policy rollout sparking airport gridlock, and that's something we don't want to see because already there's always a lot of let's talk about the Nigerian airport. I don't want to talk about it really. There's lots of human
abnormalities going on.
Yes, anomalies going on, and then we're talking about this cashless policy rollout, which should be something that obviously is forward-looking. But I know how Nigeria can be. There are certain new what do you call it when you're introducing something new, and then there's the bottlenecks. I know how Nigeria can be when it comes to things like this, and things that definitely move us forward. There are people that are on the sidelines trying to
make money from any situation.
Make money from the situation and just make things tough. So, and that could now lead us to some sort of airport gridlock, which we don't want to see, honestly. That story for me, I'm curious to see how it pans out. I'm hoping that we don't see airport gridlocks and whatnot. And speaking on education, school owners fear 700,000 Ogun students may miss WASE. Now I'm curious to know the inside story for that one.
Well, like I did say, also, let's see how that one unfolds. I don't have a full detail of it, but I know one thing for sure: if 700,000 students miss that, it's going to be a big blow. It will boil down to one thing: Ogun State have a contingency plan. Already they have other burdens that are dragging them back to back. Throwing this one in more or less would be like throwing the wrench into the engine. So that might also be a challenge too. But just for way, I see here in the same Guardian that we took initially, right? It says host communities demand 13% derivations share. And you begin to wonder if those host communities are looking for 13%. The local governments, to start with, are they even willing to even support? We could go on and on and on. These things have a way of cascading to a point where it becomes uncontrollable. And again, that was under the story that you took regarding our Lagos airport having issues. But finally, if we don't have this kind of news, in our papers, what I was talking about, I think, just generally off the tip of everything, that this government has been the most challenged government so far. But challenges, they say, don't kill you. It makes you stronger. So there's something to learn from it. But if we run away from those challenges, it might come back to become a bigger problem. And I think Tinubu, right, understands this as the president. But those who work for him, who are directly, I won't use the word beneficiaries, but those who are directly in line for instance, the local government chairman, the governors, those who are in APC chieftains, everyone in that circle, do they still have the same vision the way he does? That's a big question. Because if they don't, decisions made at the top, before it gets down to the very bottom, it will look as if decisions have not been made.
Yep.
And people begin to ask questions, and the question will now end, the issue will now end up being, why are we still grappling with poverty? We already have seen that $2.something billion are going to be spent by Chinese to bring Ajakuta Steel back to life.
2 billion.
2 billion. So for me, that will create job opportunities. That way Nigerians can now say, okay, some Nigerians might be opportune to get those jobs. But what I don't want to see, right, is we sitting back and not allowing our local content actually be local, to create jobs for those who don't have it, skilled jobs. The people out there who have skills, but they don't have where to put it in. We want to see that if Chinese are putting money into these areas, can we also see that communities, that's why I brought it in, communities are also supporting one way or the other so that they can make some money to support their individual wards. Let's not all just take the whole burden and throw on the government and say, government, come on, these are my burden, I have headache, I have a pain on my shoulder, government is your burden, my toe is aching me, government is your burden. No. At some point, these areas that we're looking at, right? Like for instance, now this industry, which is the steel industry, based on Ajakuta being, as a focal point for resurrection, can we now say, for what it is, if it starts running, by God's grace, because Nigerians like to use by God's grace, so by God's grace it starts running. Okay, employment really starts. What does it now mean? It means that those who were not opportune to have gone to universities, but are skilled in some certain jobs, can get jobs. What does it now mean? Their families now will not be supported. And of course, they can take some small money, go back, put some small Owambe party and other things. And of course, industries become, fluid in that way. So it's a good thing that we can resurrect that part that has been down for years, for the longest time. But the question now is this: are we going to see it generate major funds that will grow our GDP? We don't want to hear when the now starts running, we start looking at importing steel. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning. I think Vanguard paper this morning is just basically is spread from their Vanguard personality of the year, and it has a number of some of the people that they're recognizing for personality of the year. Basically that on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day as we wrap up with the newspaper review segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next, we're going to be having the Business Week, but we'll see what we have on the cartoon of the day. So you see that, that's like...
Hurdles are just endless.
Yeah, so you see that person who obviously is, you see a bag beside him, says returning investor, and then you see welcome to Nigeria. I think I can relate with this one.
And the question will now be, this amount of tax?
And it's pushing the bag, coming into Nigeria now. It's supposed to be, so in the bags you see electricity in dollars, official inducement in dollars, security in dollars, infrastructure in dollars, obviously. Healthcare and emergency, raw materials and machinery. And then it's trying to push into the country, and then you're seeing roadblocks, tax being the roadblock. So then it tells you one thing: if I was an investor, will I want to proceed into this country? Because firstly, the road is not even level, it's uphill. And then you're trying to move uphill, and then you're seeing these hurdles of tax, and then there are even potholes,
and the security lights are already depleted. So the question now will be, if I pay this tax, those who have come before me, they've paid the tax, yet these things are still not working. If they now tax me, right, we'll see, effect on the roads and the, infrastructure, street lamps and all not, because in his mind of mine, he's not the only one who has walked past this road before.
Yes.
So those who have come before me, what is the money for?
And if I'm bringing all of these things, I want to come with, electricity and all of these things, and then there's this, look, not one tax roadblock. There's about 5, and then there's the potholes, and then like you notice, no light, the street lights. Then I would think to myself, as a returning investor, is this going to be a good investment
or not? Big question.
Well, that's why we'll leave the questions this morning on the newspaper review segment. Today on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Week with Frank Aigbogun. Please stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay Television.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now, so that means that we're better protected.
A very good morning and welcome to Business Week. We have an interesting lineup of subjects to discuss this morning. I hope you will stay the course with us. But before we go on with the conversation, let's remind you or provide you with some headlines of important developments around the world this morning. The federal government of Nigeria and the African Finance Corporation have a deal for a $1.3 billion alumna refining plant in Nigeria. Death toll has risen to beyond 15 following coordinated bandit attacks on communities in Nigeria's Niger state on Sunday. And from abroad, of course, you are following the attacks or the war between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other side, pushing oil price close to $100 a barrel this morning. It's unclear how long the price surge will last and how much countries that are dependent on oil exports like Nigeria will benefit. Dubai is like a ghost town. Can you believe it? Everyone is hunkering down at home fearing debris from intercepted missiles flying around the Middle East, most of them coming from Iranian missile launchers. Now, we also can tell you that stock exchanges in the Middle East are tanking this morning as a result of the crisis. Now, let's go on with our conversation this morning. And I have with me Lolade, the BusinessDay editor, and of course Bumi, who is also our colleague at BusinessDay. We're talking about Dubai being a ghost town, oil price rising close to $100. Wow. Stock exchanges in the Middle East suffering as a result of the crisis. How did we get here?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here as usual. I think what we're seeing is really a big risk to the global calm, if you like, that we have seen in the last maybe 1 or 2 months. But this certainly just throws everything, upends everything, really. Oil prices racing towards $80 this morning at around 77, although it even crossed 82 at some point. But now it's at 77, and you can understand that because of the significance of this small corridor that you've been hearing a lot about, the Strait of Hormuz, which is really what when you say small but mighty, that's exactly what that corridor is, because it's just 33 kilometers bordering along Iran and Oman. But significant oil supplies go through that passage, about 20% of global oil supply, and that's the only way out for heavyweights like Saudi Arabia to get their oil across borders. So it's a real problem. It has not been closed yet, but the Iranian military has said that tankers are not allowed to pass the canal for now. So that threat is really what is causing a lot of tankers to just turn away from that, and that's driving fears that there might be some disruptions to oil supply, and that is what is pushing oil prices up. But I mean, it's really no one saw this coming, I would say. This sort of escalation of tensions between Israel and US on one side and Iran. Even the supreme leader has been killed, as we know now. Although we heard this morning rumors that even the newly appointed leader has also been killed, but that's unconfirmed. But it's really a real chaotic situation for global markets. Stock markets are down. I expect that gold prices would also surge on the back of this. Oil prices are already rising. It's a mixed bag of really scary fortunes, if you ask me.
Interesting. Bumi, what do you think? And what are the immediate implications of the chaos in the Middle East?
So when you talked about the implication, I think I'm thinking of 2 countries here. You have Egypt and Nigeria, which are major and biggest economies to Africa. So unlike Nigeria, Egypt is an oil importer. I mean, with this escalation that is going on currently, of course, we talked about crude oil prices almost edging up to $100. So you know what that means for petrol price and those that depend on petrol to increase inflation for Egypt. And it's actually very looming or dooming for Egypt because they are just getting back on track. I mean, they just got an IMF bailout recently. I mean, they've gotten one of in Africa, they are like number 1 when it comes to FDI investments. They got a major investment which topped them to top 10 in 2024. Apart from that, the MTC has also been easing rate from 2 years ago where they were actually tightening rates at massive double digits, right? So now we're seeing a bit of calmness in Egypt, but with what is happening with Iran and US and all this escalation, I actually feel that it will have major implications for Egypt. Look at inflation, for example. I mean, in January, inflation dropped to about 11.8. That's the lowest in almost 4 months. I mean, they were doing as high as, let's say, 38% or more than that maybe 2 years ago. So all this is just going to, all the gains that Egypt, second biggest economy Africa, has recorded, would now, I would say, would be affected.
Yep.
And also their projection of overtaking South Africa by 2028. So apart from that, you also have Nigeria. Nigeria is an oil exporter. There are like 2 positives here for giants of Africa. So one way, talked about the fact that crude oil, we export crude oil. We will have more crude oil receipts, which will also give us more FX, which will also help to strengthen our reserves. Right now, Naira is a bit stable, even though I think last week it depreciated, I think, 2 days.
Yeah, slightly, because the CBN was buying.
Friday, yes. And apart from that, because Nigeria, I think oil revenues contributes about, let's say, 80% to our revenue, oil exports, right?
Foreign exchange.
Foreign exchange,
So
yeah.
that would also help to boost effects for us.
Mhm.
Then also another negative side I see, inflation, just like Egypt.
Mhm.
Because I'm like, inflation has been easy. Currencies has been stabilizing for both economies. Right now, with what is happening in this US and Iran, I don't know how long it's going to be. Right, this is what's actually going to impact.
Trump thinks it might last for 4 weeks.
Let me raise 2 points. One point quickly is around inability to expand oil production.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are not going to be able to take full advantage of this. That's the
Absolutely.
negative. The other point I'd like to raise is that given that we have significant local refining of petroleum now, we don't have any concern around supplies or prices of petrol, at least not in the immediate term.
Yeah.
What can Nigeria do to be able to take advantage when there is global squeeze on
like
supplies like this, for Nigeria to be able to join those that are supplying more oil to the international community?
Good one. I think you made the point is we might not be able to benefit immensely from this because our oil production is still at around 1.58 million barrels if you look at the recent numbers. So that's not good enough. I mean, the target is 2 million. We're not even able to achieve that. I think we really need to get serious in terms of boosting oil production. I think it should be like an emergency right now because for every barrel of crude oil that we don't put on the market, we're losing significant revenue because if you look at what's happening with oil prices, analysts think that prices could rise to anywhere around $100 per barrel very shortly. So we need to really ensure that we ramp up oil production so that we can make the most of this price surge. But given the current circumstances, it looks like we might not benefit much because our production is still very limited. In terms of,
I'm not exactly sure how long this new NNPC management has been in place. Probably up to a year.
Yeah.
Isn't it a shame that we're still talking about
oil production at this point?
Oil production at the levels that they were before they came in?
Yeah. I mean, there's been some growth, but it's not fast enough. I mean, we're coming from, maybe when they came in, it was around 1.4, and they've been able to achieve a few barrels increment to 1.5 now, but it's still not good enough. I think we should be doing nothing less than 2 million.
And I know we're going to come back to NNPC later, talking about the executive order. But what is it about NNPC that it never changes for good? Why is it so difficult for NNPC to make good progress, regardless of the leadership?
Yeah, it beats me because I thought that the minute it was converted to a limited liability company, things would change because there's been a lot of opacity around the NNPC for many years, but it looks like progress has been very slow. I didn't expect that this time we'll still be languishing at around 1.5 million barrels because the kind of optimism that greeted the new appointments we saw at the NNPCL almost sent a signal that yes, we might be on the cusp of finally dealing with the knotty issues, keeping our oil production low or lower than the OPEC target.
And problem is that NNPC is quiet. They never tell us
they can't be quiet
why
at this time, though.
Very critical gap exists.
Before it was crude oil theft.
Were we not doing 2 million before?
Yeah, we've done 2 million, so we've done 3 million at some point.
There's a story that I always tell about Vision 2010. Vision 2010 envisaged by the year 2010 oil production of 4 million barrels a day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We've attained even 3 million in the past. It's a shame that we're going
as bad as the Abacha period was. Oil production was probably about twice what they are today.
So how were we able to achieve that then? Can't we learn from that to be able to double
I think there's been significant dislocation in the oil production Niger Delta. And this is the problem that I always had with the upstream regulator, NUPRC. Many of the IOCs divested from their coastal production areas and have mostly gone into the deep sea region. That divestment was managed in a very shameful manner by NUPRC. What I always said was that, firstly, it lingered on for a long time. Look at how long it took Shell to divest its assets to Renaissance, unnecessarily. And in the process of that, Shell was virtually out of the place. There was no new owner. And Shell, at the time I was talking about now, 2010, Shell was producing, only Shell, something like 900,000 barrels of oil. And most of it was from these shallow coastal oil fields. So the companies, the IOCs were leaving. The Nigerians that were going to buy these assets were not allowed by NUPRC to take possession immediately, so that you don't have that lag where production stops and it takes a while to re-engineer the oil wells and to get production going. So it's the same thing, whether you're talking about Shell, whether you're talking about Mobil, ExxonMobil, whether you're talking about Total Energies, it's the same chaos. It would have been better for the upstream regulator, for instance, to say, okay, fine, let's have a quick handshake. But you IOC who are leaving, don't leave until we have the Nigerians on ground, so that production doesn't drop. But NUPRC was thinking mostly of itself, of its pride and ego, rather than the interest of Nigeria. And it's such a shame. It's good that leadership by Komolafe, they are gone, and I hope they are gone for good. But the mess that they left us with is what is lingering on now for a very, very long time. It's such a pity, and I'm not even sure whether we've learned anything at all. Now let's thank goodness for Dangote refinery.
Yeah, would have been.
What would we have been doing at
petrol scarcity? Petrol scarcity. For instance, today, first thing you'd have been encountered with is rising prices of petrol at the pump. Yeah, that's the first thing. People start hoarding,
subsidy,
and then before you know it,
rising.
yeah, exactly.
Chaos in supplies.
Yeah,
incredible.
Yeah.
It's so good when a nation is able to produce all or a lot of the important commodities that it requires, especially energy, that drives the economy. Interesting. As I said earlier, we're going to come back to NNPC. We want to talk about the executive order. I have some very strong views about the executive order. I've had a lot of analysts, speak about the executive order in a way that I do not know whether these fellows understand the dynamics driving the management of NNPC or its ownership as it is. But I think we will at this point, what do you think? Take a short break, and we will be right back. This is Business Week.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals
in a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back from break. This is still Business Week. Today we have been examining the crisis in the Gulf and the impact of the war on oil prices. We have also looked at the benefits or what could be benefits for Nigeria, increase in oil price, although we say that Nigeria's capacity to take full advantage of that increase is very limited because of restrictions in production. But clearly one very positive way is in local refining that has become huge, so huge, able to provide domestic consumption. We don't know what would have been happening today in Nigeria if we were still relying on imported petrol. Now, Lolade and Bumi, let's quickly examine the matter of the executive order on NNPC. Maybe, Lolade, you want to start by just helping us to understand what exactly does the executive order say?
Okay,
before
so
we then begin to look at the bright sides of it.
Yeah, so the NNPC has served as like a clearinghouse, if you like, for all of the federal government's earnings from oil exports and the likes. But now the executive order simply says that all of that money should flow directly to the federation account, and then it doesn't need to go through the NNPC anymore, which means that the 30% management fees that the NNPC would typically deduct from the money no longer holds. It should go straight to the federation account, and then the money is shared, and whatever the government decides to do with the money is then allocated at that point. For me, I think it's a good move, because there's been a lot of leakages with the NNPC managing the funds. I think the federal government has really been hard hit by the fact that we might be celebrating that non-oil revenues are up, but oil revenues have actually been underperforming, and that's mainly the reason why you see that the government has struggled to fund capital projects. You see the number is around 10% for the whole of 2025, and that's really worrying. I'm even surprised that the economy has managed to grow even despite the fact that the government has not provided the type of support you would expect from the government, which is really in terms of capex. So I think that change was necessitated by that fact that there were some leakages with oil revenues, and the government just wanted to ensure that it sees all the money that comes in and then can account for it properly.
Bumi, what do you think?
Well, like Lonnie said, I think it's a good one. I mean, but my own area is now that the president now has more revenue, more funds are coming in. My own is, how would he now be disciplined enough? I mean, before we're coming from a stage where, okay, we didn't have revenues, especially for the states. The states were complaining that they did not have revenue like 2 years ago. Now the president has enough funds to share enough fat for the states. I mean, I think you sent me something about now is the time for us to hold the states accountable when using these funds. So my own is it's a good one, but let's see how the president handles these funds and channel these funds to the right sectors, to the right spaces to create growth for the economy. So my own is let's see. You know, it's a positive thing, but I like to just see and see how you sustain it for it to have a ripple effect to the economy for now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I also share very positive sentiments about the executive order. If you look at what happens, I have clear examples. When NCC sold the 5G licenses, the proceeds went immediately to the Federation account. It did not stop in NCC. For NCC to take a percentage, a management fee, it went straight to the Federation account. When Nigeria sold GSM licenses to MTN, Airtel, and Glo, the proceeds went straight into the Federation account. It did not stay in the Ministry of Telecommunications for it to take a management fee before that. I see no reason why the same should not apply to NNPC. Whether it's signature bonus, the money should go straight to the Federation account. The frontier provision that NNPC deducted was reckless and callously spent, and the money should not be given to NNPC. What NNPC must do is to behave like Shell, behave like Seplat, behave like Renaissance, apply for oil license like all other oil companies. If it wins, pay signature bonus to the federal government of Nigeria, and then it should go on and begin to produce oil and profit from it as these other companies are doing. NNPC cannot be a limited liability company for mouth. It should be so in truth and practice. For as long as there is cheap money for NNPC to play with, it will never grow up.
They will never make the right decisions.
We were speaking earlier about our inability to take full advantage of increase in oil price by, producing a lot. We can't do that because NNPC has not focused on producing oil over the years. How can NNPC call itself a state oil company when it doesn't produce oil? How? It wasn't an oil producing company, it was just a matchmaker. So
it should act as a limited
It should
company.
act as go to the capital market, borrow money, develop its oil, export the crude, pay royalty and taxes like other companies, and then declare profit. And even that profit, dividend should go to the Federation account as well.
Absolutely.
That's my view. It's not about whether you like what's going on at NNPC or whether you don't like it. It's that we have established, protocols, examples elsewhere.
Absolutely.
And NNPC just has to behave the way those other ones are behaving.
Yes. It's a private company now. It should wake up, really. That's why they're not focusing on what really matters, because they just have a lot of free funds that they don't know what to do with. And that's why it's easy for NNPC to compete with Dangote in terms of importing petroleum products when it should be making more smarter business decisions.
Because the truth is, if you're asking people to invest in NNPC, are they going to invest on the basis of
management fee that they deduct
management fee and
that's it.
I mean that's
all they've got. That's all they've got. That's all they've got. That's why I think it will be a tough sell. I mean, we heard that they were thinking of listing about selling 10% stake to investment. What are they going to sell? What's the value in there? So they should get serious. So that's one of the things that this executive order would achieve, is just to help NNPC focus on what it should really focus on, and ensure that
away from NNPC the distraction.
Exactly, it's a distraction, really.
And get NNPC to focus on what oil companies around the world do.
Oil production.
Oil production. If they can produce oil And then over time, the government should say, look, good, but produce it even at less cost.
Exactly.
Give us more dividend. That's what shareholders do to the companies that that they manage. You know, so.
Can you imagine a Saudi Aramco living off just management fees from the Saudi Arabian government? No, it never works. It won't work.
I think we made
a
mistake with NNPC for a long time.
Yeah.
But thankfully, the government now has the courage
to do
the right thing, and we should encourage encourage the government and also encourage NNPC to look somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, away from cheap government. Anyway, we will now go on to talk about the matter of banking recapitalization.
Yeah.
When the central bank announced the recapitalization, some people expressed concern.
Where will the money come from?
They wondered where the money will come from. Some were worried that this is one recapitalization that was coming too quick following the last one. But I think it has been so far so good.
So far so good. 20 banks now have crossed the line. 4 trillion naira raised. 72% of that raised locally, and then 28% raised from foreign investors. It has been going well. So you see, but you still got 13 banks, because the total is 33, right? You still got 13 banks that are still not sure what they're going to do. And this is the second day of March, right? They have until the end of the month. But I imagine that there will be some consolidations there. But
there's
the
a
money
lot,
that's been raised.
There's a lot that's going on. I mean, SunTrust issued a statement yesterday saying they had they have met the recapitalization.
So there'll be a lag.
I think there's a lot of work that will happen in the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
And a lot of announcements as well.
So the figure, the 4 trillion figure that I mentioned, was given by Governor Olayemi Cardoso during the last MPC meeting. So typically, when the banks raise funds, they still need to then present that to the CBN for final approval. So you'll find a case where some of those 13 banks that have not been officially declared already have submitted, but they haven't gotten those approvals from the central bank. But so far, so good. No, I mean, at the beginning of this exercise, like you said, people thought, where's that money going to come from? The economy is tight. Where's the liquidity? But I think part of what has driven that liquidity and confidence in the banking system is the reforms that we have seen. Especially the FX reforms. Without those reforms, because at that time, it wasn't clear whether those FX reforms would be sustained. People were not sure where this was going yet. But now that you've had like 2 years, you know, to just allow those reforms play out, we've stayed the course of those reforms. People have more confidence now. Then, of course, the capital is just flowing.
It's even good that he did that. I think was it 24th of March.
Yeah.
Because now most banks massive bumper profit that they're reporting has already subsided now. Assuming he had done this year, I don't see if the banks will be able to raise their capital. I don't know if their profits will now be attractive or their profits will shoot up. So it's actually good that he did that
when he did it.
Yeah, the start of the reforms, because like you said, that their financials, they were delivering double massive profits.
From revaluation gains and all of that.
The interest rate environment, the high yield environment. So, but now, since they started cutting rates now, profits, the top 5 banks now, profits are now what they were like maybe 2-3 years ago. Some even seen a decline in profit, but many of them had already raised their capital before they started seeing this decline in
Let's get to 2 points. Firstly, now the banks are so heavily recapitalized, what would they do with the money? The other point is the quick success of the recapitalization, especially the idea that a significant portion of that money came from locally. Ololade, what does that mean? What does it say about the economy?
I think, like I said, it's just a real sign of confidence that investors have in the economy now. That wasn't there some years ago. I think that's brilliant, because we know that even, I mean, it's not easy to raise. There have been some companies that have come to the market recently to try to raise some capital and were not successful in raising it, right? So, but for banking in particular, the financial services, they've been one of the biggest beneficiaries from the reforms. It's not a woo yet, and that's why I made the point that there are some companies outside of financial services that have also come out to the market to raise funds that were not that successful. But so you still need more reforms that just percolates across the economy and gets other people, builds confidence in other sectors, right? But for now, financial services absolutely flying. There's a lot of confidence. If you look at the share price performance, for instance, of the banks, you find that most of them are back to their pre-devaluation highs, right? And there's still a lot of room to go, because you hear analysts speak today about how even though a company like GTB, for instance, is trading at 112 naira per share, that the actual price to earnings ratio or price to book ratio of that bank is much lower than what it was 3 years ago, which means it's still cheaper. So the absolute price might be higher than what it was 3 years ago, but if you look at how much investors are paying for each to hold one share of that stock, you find that in relative valuation terms is actually cheaper than what it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And so that's why you're seeing this rally that is happening in the stock market, that is driven by
buying into better growth.
Absolutely.
In fact, I think they will actually become more attractive. You asked the question about what they will do for the
Yes, what would they do with the money? Yes.
So what they actually doing.
Will the banks start behaving like banks, or will they still be packing their money?
They will go where they can make the most profits.
That's what they are doing now. I talked about the dip in profits for banks like I think maybe last year Zenith and GT. They're already expanding aggressively. In December,
across Africa.
Yes, across Africa. Zenith revealed that they were expanding to Ethiopia. You know that Ethiopia just opened their economy to investor for the first time in like half a century. So
when I hear that, that's competition for Nigeria.
I swear, it's the second most populated.
Yes, in Africa,
after Nigeria. So
and they have had a history of being run as a country.
Exactly. So Zenith is eyeing that
market.
You also have other major banks like GT. You're also looking at Kenya too. So most of these tier 1 banks are eyeing other expanding massively capital.
Even Access was supposed to buy a bank in South Africa, although that didn't happen. But I hear that they are still going to continue to look for an asset in South Africa.
That will not even stop them. They are still looking for other. Right now, Africa is becoming a very attractive market.
So that's one thing. That's one place the money will go. African expansion.
Let's look at those who went first, like UBA. What would we say has been contribution of the Africa business to bottom line?
So as at 2025, I think it was up to like 12%.
Interesting.
Yeah, 12%. So Nigeria is still the bottom line. But Nigeria is still the biggest market, for sure. For sure, because the population and everything, right? But you're seeing that their ex-Nigeria operations and other Africa is rising steadily. So UBA has actually shown the way for other banks, and that's why you see this aggressive expansion. So even if the expectation is, I think UBA set a target for 2027 that they expect the Africa banking operations to contribute 20% to the top line now. Yes, that will be quite large. 20%, but it's just for diversification, right? Because a lot of these banks have been
given the currency recent experience with exchange rate.
Absolutely. So that currency volatility, so they need to just diversify to ensure that.
Access Bank also is they are reducing their reliance of their profit that's on Nigeria, major contributor. So Nigeria is still the biggest market.
It will be because the bulk of their investment is there.
Well, I talked about the fact that how profit has been lately. So they are now other opportunities to actually grow their revenue. So they are now increasing those revenue contributions, those countries, rest of Africa. So they are looking to Nigeria is still their big market. They're looking at other opportunities, which has done for them.
But I see the Nigerian, I see the Nigerian market shrinking a little because if you look at what has been the drivers
the Nigerian market
so if you look at what has been the drivers of profitability for the Nigerian banks in Nigeria now, it's really been if it's currency revaluation gains or high interest rates on government securities, that's not going to happen forever. Inflation is trending downwards now. We have confidence that the MPC will start to cut rates even further. They already did a 50 basis points cut the last time. We're hoping that would continue with inflation declining. So the high interest rate on government treasury bills will definitely come down. It will definitely come down. So that era of making a lot of money, they have to look for other ways of making money, precisely. So lending across Africa, lending to the real sector within Nigeria as well, would be the driver of growth in the foreseeable.
But given, and we're coming to this later, given the increase in GDP growth last year, and we expect similar performance this year and even better a record in 2027, shouldn't that provide the banks with optimism?
Yes, it should.
That as the market grows, the banking sector, without any question, will grow with it.
True, but if you look at what are the sectors driving the growth that we saw last year, agriculture, there's still a lot of trade. There isn't enough structure around that sector yet for the banks to really lick their lips to say they want to play in that space, right? So you'll still find that most of them will still be eyeing the oil and gas sector. Production, we said, is not where we want it to be, but at least there was a slight uptick last year, right? I think 1.58 million barrels for the whole of 2025 average compared to 1.48 the year before. So I still imagine that they'll be looking at that. They'll be looking at ICT, telecommunications, the MTNs and the Airtels of Nigeria, of the world, right, are still doing very well. So there are some bright spots within the economy that would give them that optimism, but it might not.
The huge trade or huge financing that was required to keep importation of petrol going in Nigeria gave the bank some headache. Some lost their money because of changes in prices, and companies were not able to pay.
Yeah.
But it was almost like a bonanza for the banks.
Yeah.
Now that Dangote refinery is in, that trade is going to be hit significantly.
Absolutely.
And the banks,
Absolutely.
the money that the banks put in there would have to be deployed elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
They'll probably look more towards upstream now, funding like big,
especially funding the growth in companies like Renaissance, like
Aradale,
like Seplat. Because as we say, there's a huge void there for them.
And these guys are increasingly looking now to even expand and tap their gas resources.
Right.
So I think there might be an opportunity there for them this time. But downstream now, Dangote has just essentially made that.
But the point has to be made that the banks need to begin to behave like banks.
Absolutely.
There is significant opportunity in the real economy for the banks to pivot towards. And we expect that profitability will continue to rise if for the banks that do the right thing.
Yeah. Once interest rates on government treasuries start to come down, which means that there is no other alternative, than to lend to the real economy, then it will naturally happen.
Interesting.
It will naturally happen. Yeah.
Okay. All right. GDP. Not as good as we like it to be, but certainly a different kind of data from what we have been used to over the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
So how good were the numbers, Lolade?
On the face of it, I mean, so if you're speaking relatively compared to previous years, good. But it's not where we want to be. So the full year GDP growth for 2025 was 3.83%.
Under 4% still?
Yes, under 4%, higher than the 3.3% from 2024. In the quarter, in the fourth quarter itself, just for Q4 2025, I think it was 4%, right? 4.07%, yeah, which is good. The second quarter that we've recorded growth rate of above 4%.
Above 4%,
yes, because the Q2 was 4-something percent as well.
Yeah.
So that's okay, right? Knowing where we're coming from.
Pattern is
emerging, right? But the truth is, I mean, we put out a story today, for instance, to say that we're not getting carried away. It's a good one, but we're not getting carried away because for an economy like ours, we need to grow at around 7 to 8% for it to really trickle down. If you look at, so what are the sectors driving the GDP growth rate? Financial services is a top one, for instance. That's okay, it's good, but you would like to see more labor-intensive sectors, right? Driving that agriculture, manufacturing, trade, you like to see more of that happening, right? But it's not happening as fast as you, they're not up to 3%. So
but
there's still a lot to be.
The statement from the Ministry of Finance suggested that there were quite a number of sectors
that did
at 3%
absolutely. So there were quite a number of them,
which means that most of the sectors are revving.
No doubt, yes, they are revving. They are revving.
Sectors, like you said, they are not really job creating sectors.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what we have to look at.
Absolutely.
I mean, the bright spots, Dangote, the oil refinery, thanks to Dangote refinery. I mean, the oil refinery sector was in depression
for a long time, but now expanding, expanding, and that's down to Dangote refinery.
Exactly. One other positive thing I think is food and
textiles.
Because it's in a way measures or gauges how inflation is impacting that sector. So it expanded slightly due to inflation easing. That's just one bright spot. But for me, like you said, yes, it's improving, but look at it
You
in
want
terms
it to
of
be,
value.
yeah.
I mean, look at it in terms of real value, in terms of current.
Mhm.
If you look at it in terms of current, I mean, full year, we are at around $295 billion from about $242 billion 2024. But look at it in real terms. That has shrunk to about, let's say, 192 billion
Yeah.
from about 141 billion 2024. But one good thing is that IMF had a projection.
Yeah, of 3.8. Yeah,
Even the value for last year was around 285.
That's the size of the
Mm.
market.
We beat that a bit by 295, right? And they also saying that by this year we would overtake Algeria as the third biggest economy. But I don't know when we'll get to number one. But what I'm saying is that we are not even up to $300 billion. I mean, when we were recording 6-7 in 2014, we were looking at IMF data, we were valued at close to 600 billion.
But then, you know, I mean, being an older person, the view that I always take about this is what you need is a pattern to emerge, a pattern of growth. In the 8 years of Buhari, and for the 2 years until now of Tinubu, what we saw was a regression. So if we're seeing a pattern that suggests that Nigeria is now ready for growth, I think for me that's a massive improvement. And it would be naive for everybody to imagine that simply because we are ready for growth, the malaise that we suffered over these 10 years would suddenly just disappear. No, they will not. It will take a while, and it will take a lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work. There's still prevalence of poverty in Nigeria, and government has to begin to be strategic in the way that it is dealing with the economy. Question has to be not just growth for the sake of growth. We must begin to look for and work for inclusive growth. We must begin to look at sectors that are job generating.
Yeah.
We must begin to look at areas where wealth can be created for Nigerians, so that rather than more people dropping into the poverty pit, that we are taking some of the people who are already there out. I think there's a lot of work that government needs to do in terms of just thinking, aligning its thinking and aligning the work that is being done across the ministries and across the parastatals. But clearly where we are at today is a good thing. For once, we are surpassing estimates by the World Bank and the others. For me, I think that's good. When will Nigeria become the largest economy in Africa? I think it's just a matter of time if we continue in this trajectory. Firstly, as Lolade said, a lot of the growth that we have seen has been regardless of what government is doing. So if government starts behaving well and supporting the private sector to grow as it has capacity to grow, for instance, look at power.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
Isn't it
I mean, it's a shame,
miracle
really,
that we're growing at 4%?
Yeah.
Without power?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, people caution that we contextualize the power situation better. It is not that there's no power, it's just that it is expensive. Nigeria is generating, some people say, 45,000 megahertz, 40,000 megahertz of that, 40,000 megahertz coming from generators and renewables. The point people are making is it's very expensive, and we know that. The grid power has also become quite expensive.
It has.
Well.
It has.
So I'm not exactly sure how. You know, Nigeria is just behaving in very strange ways. You know, we published a story the other day that renewable power has now reached a level where it is cheaper than grid power. I'm not sure whether there's any country in Africa where that's the case, and yet we're the ones that don't have power on the grid. And the real problem you have is with power, the more you generate power, the less the unit cost is. So by generating so little power, cost of generation is exaggerated. So that's a very, very big problem. And again, it goes to the point that I made. Government needs to be more strategic. They need to look at areas that can grow this economy fast.
They've not been strategic up to this point. If they've been, they would have taken capital expenditure more seriously than they have in the last few years.
And back to the point that we're making about the executive order. Hopefully government can have more money to deal with basic things. Stop crowding out the private sector from the capital market, for instance. It's a good thing that states are not owing huge salary areas for staff anymore. But as we are doing at BusinessDay, we must continue to get the states to be accountable for every copper that they are getting, especially now that
you know, there's one interesting point that I should make here. So what we're saying is quite like it's a paradox, really. So with the reforms, with the reforms, the federal government is actually broke because I mean, for instance, if you look at the external debt component now, so they've devalued the naira, or allowed the naira float in 2023, and that has shot up the external debt stock, which means that today the federal government just has two things to do: pay salaries and service debt. The states, on the other hand, a lot of them don't have access to the international debt market, right? So they don't have that kind of foreign exposure that you would but the reforms have actually led to more cash for them. So now they can do all sorts of things. They can pay salaries, they can build infrastructure, they can do. The states are flush with cash.
The government is paying for the indulgence of borrowing so massively in a very short time. And I hope they learn the lesson. Now, I think we have to bring our conversation here to a close. This has been a fresh edition of Business Week, and today we have explored the crisis in the Middle East and its impact on oil-producing countries like Nigeria. We have looked at how the banking recapitalization has gone on so brilliantly so far. We have looked at what is emerging as a pattern of regrowth, GDP growth in Nigeria. In the past, we were dealing with growths that were about the same level of growth of population. We are beginning to put the population growth level behind us, and for me, that's a good thing. It doesn't mean that poverty has finished. More and more people are getting into poverty. But we must expect that as the growth continues, that we will begin to see a reversal. That we are not getting more of Nigerians into poverty. We may then struggle in getting those that are already in poverty out of poverty. And hopefully the race to becoming, once again, the largest economy in Africa will begin, if we can sustain GDP growth around 7.5%. This is where we will close the program today. I hope you join us again on Monday, 9 a.m. for a fresh edition of Business Week. Let me thank Lolade and Bumi for joining me this morning. See you on Monday.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're looking at a conversation that affects millions of Lagosians before sunrise and long after sunset: transportation. The recent Lagos BRT fare hike has triggered strong reactions across the city. For many commuters, it feels like yet another squeeze in an economy already stretched by inflation and rising costs. For operators, it is being described as an unavoidable adjustment driven by economic realities. But beyond the emotions, this is a deeper conversation about the economics of mobility and logistics in Lagos. Transportation in Lagos is not just about getting from Ojodu to CMS. It is about access to jobs, access to markets, workforce productivity, supply chain efficiency, and ultimately the cost of living. When transport costs rise, households adjust spending, businesses require goods, workers demand higher wages, inflationary pressures ripple across the system, and the questions Nigeria want an answer to is whether this is a necessary adjustment or an added burden. Well, joining us to answer these questions this morning is, of course, we know this morning we have the MD CEO of Primero Transport, Mr. Fola Tinubu. Primero Transport happens to be operators of the Lagos BRT scheme. Thank you for joining the show this morning, Mr. Tinubu.
Thank you for having me.
It's very great to have you this morning. Now, when you sat with the numbers, at what point did it become clear that maintaining the previous fare was simply no longer a workable option?
In fact, that has been the case for the last 4 or 5 years, because everybody's complaining about this 13% increase, but the cost of operation has gone up over 1,000% in the last, I think the last increase was about 3 years ago. And then, if you remember, when that happened, diesel was about 600 naira a liter. It went all the way to 1,500 before it came down. Now it's about 1,000 naira. So, and that's our number one cost center, that almost every penny we make now goes to buy diesel, that we barely have enough money to pay our staff, not to talk of fixing the buses. So I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it, until we all sit around the table, the government, both federal and state, the commuters and the operators, to come up with a viable solution that everybody knows. Right now, the operators are struggling. And I don't think there's any operator in Lagos State that can tell you they're making money. I don't think so.
Really?
Yes, they're struggling. And this 13%, it's a sucker. It's not a panacea. It's not the solution to our problems. So look, transportation is the backbone of any economy. Like you rightly said, people have to move from point A to point B, and they have to move for business, they have to move for, leisure, they have to move. And we need a world-class service in Lagos State. If you're going to get it, the question is who pays for it? But you do not dump everything on the operator if you want a world-class service.
Yeah.
And I've been advocating this now for almost about 8 years or so, that let us have a round table and work this thing out.
Mr. Tinubu, can you help us understand, just break it down to us, because I'm sure Nigerians are still very curious to know what the real cost of running a BRT system in Lagos is. Where exactly would you say the biggest financial pressures are coming from?
The biggest financial pressure is coming from diesel and on naira, because everything we use on the buses we import, and anytime naira loses value, the products goes up in price. Thank God naira has come down a little bit now, but it was at 1,600, 1,700 before. A tire that we were buying at about 40,000 or before, we're now buying about 250,000 naira. In fact, that's the Chinese made. The premium, the European and American made, we're buying at 45,000. We don't even go near it right now because they're selling for about 500,000. Diesel, when we started, was about 115 naira a liter. It went to about 1,600 before it settled at around 1,000 now. And those are our two biggest cost centers. So, as long as diesel keeps, price of diesel keeps going up, and the naira, keeps going up, our cost keeps jumping up. And look, everybody calls me, Fola, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this. And I keep telling them, nobody asks me, how are you surviving? How are you managing to survive? Running public transport system in Lagos, it's a very, very, very difficult business. And I'll give you I'll give you some examples. And now I'm dating myself. And some of this probably will be before your time. In the 70s, Lagos State government started a bus service called LMTS.
Okay.
LMTS folded up. When Jakonde came in the 79, started another bus service system called LSTC.
Okay.
That folded up. When Asiwaju Bola Ahmed became the governor of Lagos State, started the first BRT. That folded up. This is the second BRT that's struggling right now. The question is, why did all of them fold up? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. It's not the same people that are around the LMTS, that are around LSTCs, that are around the first BRT. And they cannot all be stupid.
Right.
So the question is why? And the answer is very simple. We artificially keep the price low because of politics.
Yeah.
We allow the market to dictate the cost of operation, so the cost keeps galloping, and nobody bridges it. Until either the federal government, the state government, the local government comes and said, okay, let's sit down. What's your cost of operation? What's your revenue? And how do we make this work? Look, I keep telling everybody, public transport in Lagos State needs a lot of private investment. If investors are going to come in, they need to have some modicum of profit. And if there's no profit in there, they will not, come in. And we continue with this Okada mode of transport. So we need to ask ourselves some serious questions in Lagos. Do we want to continue with Okada mode of transport, or do we want a world-class service? And if we agree that we want a world-class service, then it has to be paid for. The question is, who pays for it? And that's where the roundtable comes in.
And how exposed are you to foreign exchange fluctuations? I mean, particularly when it comes to spare parts that you talk about and your maintenance of your fleet.
We are exposed to it. We're exposed to it because every time Naira changes, everything we buy doubles, triples. And unfortunately, we don't manufacture any of it in this country. Even tires, we don't. We used to manufacture tires in this country. We don't do that anymore. So we don't manufacture anything in this country. So unfortunately for us, everything we use on the buses are imported. And when Naira loses value, everything skyrockets. And when they go up, they don't go up. People are complaining about 13% right now. When these things go up, they go up 200%, 300%, some of them 500% or even 1,000%. But we still have to buy them. Because if we don't buy them, the buses will not run. People come to me and tell me, the buses are not well maintained. And I tell them, look, I'm not as stupid as I look. We have analysis. We know when the buses are due for service. There's nothing on the buses we cannot fix. What's a Naira and Kobo issue? If we don't have the money to fix it, what can you do? You have to have some sort of profit to make this thing viable.
But some people will be of the opinion that these buses themselves, you did allude to the fact that some people come and say then the buses are not as maintained as they should be. But we do have a problem when it comes to maintenance culture in Nigeria.
I used to think that until I started running Primero. It's actually not a maintenance culture. It's a Naira Kobo issue. Because, look, when the service is due. You've already computerized everything. When you come to your office, the computer is flashing that this bus needs service. But you don't have money to do the service. And you don't want to grant the bus. So you keep on flogging it, hoping that, I used to think it's a maintenance. Some parts, yes. But with the buses, everything is fully computerized. We know, when the services are due. We know how to fix the buses. There's nothing on the buses we cannot fix. But when you don't have the money to buy the spare parts, or you are owing your supplier money, they will not supply. And if you don't have the parts to fix the buses, what can you do?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's for me. I think from a point of being a consumer or a user, it's just really hard to reconcile, because we're not just talking about, I mean, even beyond BLT. Yes, you did say that you used to think that it was a maintenance problem, but you know now that it's a Naira Kobo issue. But when we look at certain things within the structure, infrastructure in Nigeria, Lagos, it's hard to believe that it's merely a Naira Kobo issue.
You'll be surprised. You will really be surprised. Look, if you have the money, no businessman will invest their money and see their assets sitting down there and not fix it. Because as they're sitting down there, they're costing you money. No, number one, you're not making revenue. Number two, you probably owe on the assets anyway that you're paying the bank or whomever you borrow from. So no serious businessman will sit and let his or her assets rot. If it's a government-owned entity, you may say, okay, it's a government or something like that. But a private business, your board will, will just take you out and put you to a firing squad and shoot you if you're, letting the assets rot, and you have the money, you have the capability to fix it, and you're not doing it. Why would you do that? No serious businessman will do that. And that's why I keep telling people, it's not a maintenance culture per se. It's a Naira and Kobo issue, especially in private sector, because we know what to do, we know when they're due, but when you don't have the parts and you don't have money to pay for the parts, what do you do?
And if we were to decide to keep the fares low despite rising costs, what would start to suffer immediately? Is it fleet expansion? Is it maintenance standards? Is it staff welfare? Or
all of the above.
All of the
all
above.
Of the above. Look, there's a reason why public transport is subsidized all over the world. If I want to charge the full price, it will not be affordable. And the moment you take the affordability out of it, it's no longer public transport. It becomes an elitist mode of transportation.
Yes.
That's why public transport all over the world is subsidized, both by the federal and the state and local government. And look, at this junction, I'll tell you, Lagos state government is trying, but they need the federal government's help on this issue. Because Lagos state is the backbone of Nigeria economy. What affects Lagos state affects the whole of Nigeria economy. We need to put, I know subsidy connotes a bad image or name in Nigeria because of our past experiences with subsidy. But I am not even advocating to charge the full price for public transport, because if I want to charge the full price, it would not be affordable. But you don't pass the social responsibility of a state to a private company. The commuters, all they care about is we want the buses to be there, we want to move from point A to point B, we don't care about the economics of it or the economics of it, just give us buses. It's like we keep telling me, it's the dividend of democracy. The government also wants the buses, to be there, but at whose expense? At whose expense? And that's why I've been saying that we honestly have to sit down and have an honest discussion on this topic. Right now, we're all burying our heads in the sand like ostriches. We need to have a honest, and frank, discussion on this issue.
Speaking of Lagos, one of the realities we get to see every now and then in Lagos, is road congestion, traffic. These are realities everyone gets to face, whether young or old, rich or poor. How do these inefficiencies, how do they translate into operating costs and ultimately into what the commuters get to pay?
Let me say something. I don't care what the government does. Lagos State cannot build enough roads to accommodate all the people in, because the number of people coming in is just mind-boggling. And that's why I keep saying Lagos State government is trying in their own, they're trying very much. They've started the train, they've started the ferries, or the buses or something like that, and it's an integrated model. But we need to do more. We need to do more to discourage people from putting their cars on the road. If I know that, look, when I'm in London, I seldom use, I'm always on the bus, on the tube or something like that because it's convenient, it's clean and it's easy and I get to where I'm going fast. That's where we need to head to so that we discourage people from getting, in fact, I don't see why we cannot have a congestion charge in coming to Lagos Island, Ikoyi VI or something like that to discourage people from bringing their cars in. But if you're going to do that, you have to make sure that the public transport system is A-class and that when people know when I get to the bus stop at so time, the bus will be there or the train will be there or the ferry will be there and I can get to where I'm going on time. But Lagos State is going in the right direction. I keep saying it because they are really trying, but they need the federal government's help.
But are we looking at, expanding our energy mix? I think one of the biggest challenges we might have also is depending on fuel for everything. So are there any possibilities of us seeing ourselves perhaps moving to electric vehicles sometime soon?
It's a double-edged sword.
Okay.
Because electric buses cost almost 3 times what the diesel engine bus costs. Your cost of operation is very, very low, but your capex is very, very high. Because if the electric bus costs almost 3 times, and you're going to make the same revenue that you're making with the diesel engine bus, now you start looking at the maths.
But then the maintenance won't it be?
Precisely, the maintenance reduces dramatically, significantly. But then you still have to pay for the electricity to charge it. So it's not like you bring electric bus and you're going up and down. You still have to pay for and God help you if they put you in band A. And they put you in band A. It might even be better than the diesel engine, But we are working with the federal government right now to convert about 200 of our buses from diesel engine to CNG engine, and the federal government has been very, very gracious working with us, and hopefully we'll make the announcement soon about when it's going to start. So what that does is that our cost of energy probably will go down by almost about 50-60%, which will, but the conversion is not free. So if the federal government is not stepping in to help us, we wouldn't have been able to do it. It's because the federal government is actually stepping in to help us. That's why we are even contemplating. Because to change one engine from diesel engine to another one costs money. It's not so. And if you are running and if you're running at a loss before anyway, it's going to be tough for a bank to say, okay, I'll lend you money for conversion when you're already owing them money. So, but the federal government has been very, very gracious, and they're helping us with that on that issue.
And let's talk about the minimum wage earners. For many minimum wage earners, you talk about people who come to work 9 to 5 hours every day. Already, transportation takes a significant portion of your income. So do you worry that this adjustment could reduce access to jobs or even deepen the inequality that we are facing?
I totally agree that, look, statistically all over the world, people spend between 15 and 25% of their income on transportation. In Nigeria, it's between 50 and 75%. So I know that the window for most people is very, very tight. I know that, and I'm aware of it, But we need a viable system. We need a system that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now will still be running. If we allow the system to collapse, and the same people that we're trying to protect right now are the ones that's going to suffer more. Every time there's an issue with a BRT, the downforce and the Okadas double, triple their prices.
Yes, we see that.
And whether they like it or not, they still have to use it. So the key is to make sure that this regulated system works, and works well. Because if we allow the regulated system to go down the tube, because we're trying to protect the average person, in the long run, they are the ones that will suffer, because the Okada and the Danfos, the moment they realize that they're going to jack up their prices and they're going to triple it. So it's a political question. I'm not a politician. It's a political question.
Is it?
It's a political question, and the politicians will have to answer.
Right. So, but from your understanding of urban economics, how closely linked would you say transport fares and inflation, how closely linked are they with a city like Lagos?
Look, they're closely linked. If I tell you otherwise, I'll either be naive or lying. They are closely linked, because once prices go up, everybody wants to compensate. But look, the price we're talking about right now is only 10%. It's not a dramatic, I think it's 13% or something like that. It's not a dramatic increase or something like that. And therein lies the problem. See, in Nigeria, we have this tendency. Look, in England, that everybody talks about, almost every year, they increase the price of bus and tubes by maybe 5% or 3%, so something. It's an annual increase. So people don't feel the effect that much. But we don't do that in Nigeria. We wait for about 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Then we slam an increase in, and everybody starts complaining. If we've been doing 5% or something, or something like, and you're facing it in like that, people would probably not feel it as much as when you come in with 20%, 30%, or 40% or something like that. So, look, there's nowhere in the world where there's not a gradual increase in price of transportation. Although I know some European countries are just, you know what, we're not going to charge anything at all, but then the government has to pay for it. So, and that's why I keep saying it's a political decision. We, the politicians, will have to make a decision. What do we want to do? What do we want to do?
Can we afford it?
So those are all the kinds of questions that's above my pay grade, that the politicians will have to answer. Look, it's a matter of priorities. If they decide to do it, something else may have to suffer. But it depends on the priorities. That is this as important to us as this one? Look, there's nothing that cannot be afforded. But the question is, what is a priority? So each government will have to decide what they feel is a priority, and I cannot sit here pontificating and telling them this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do. They have to make that decision.
Absolutely. But looking ahead now, 5 years from now, do you see fares stabilizing as the systems improve, or do you see us entering a new cost reality for urban mobility in Lagos?
Do I know what Naira will do 5 years from now? Do I know what diesel price will do 5 years from now? I don't know. I wish I can, if I know, I wouldn't even be in transportation. I'll just be on the stock market or the commodities market and, buying and selling. But I cannot sit here and tell you this is what will happen 5 years from now, because there's so many. Look at the war that's going on in Iran and Iraq right now. The price of crude oil has just jumped up because of that. There's so many things that is out of our control that you cannot sit here and just say this is what will happen or something like that, unless you just want to talk just for talking sake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fola Tinubu, MD CEO, Primero Transport Services. Thank you so much for your time this morning on The Big Story.
Thank you for having me.
It was really great having you. That's been The Big Story right here on Business Day Breakfast Show. Up next, social listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape.
Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. This is Social Listening. Today I'm here, of course, with none other than my sparring partner, Onyeka Valentine.
We don't have a choice. Let's give it to them the way they should know.
Let's get straight into the conversations today. A lot of things are trending on the Nigerian social media space, and this is where we check out some of those stories trending. The first conversation gaining our attention this morning is the kidnap of Ebonyi traditional ruler Ezeogo Francis Igwe by unknown gunmen on his way to church. The abducted traditional ruler of Undufu Alike in Ikwo local government area is also the father of the immediate past deputy governor of Ebonyi State, Dr. Eric Kelechi Igwe. Governor Francis Imufuru of Ebonyi State described the development as deeply troubling and totally unacceptable, noting that act of criminality against innocent citizens, especially revered community leaders, will not be tolerated in Ebonyi State. Now, that one is coming out of Ebonyi State this morning. We'll take a look at some of the tweets and the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Real quick, that one is from Aproco Unit. It says, abducting an elderly man on his way to church adds another layer of concern because it shows how brazen some criminal groups have become. That's from Aproco Unit. Alpha Reason says, slowly they will realize that their political and economical strong points can't save them from the daily insecurities. Kensman Kansas says, Nigeria cannot continue to watch its elderly, its leaders, families, or ordinary citizens become targets. Immediate action, relentless pursuit of these criminals, and uncompromising accountability are the only acceptable response.
Indeed, I will tell you.
I see you were just waiting.
In fact, it is a sad thing to see that just when we think that as a country we are recording some level of progress regarding insecurity, all of a sudden it looks as if we're taking 5 steps forwards, 10 steps backwards. You see, this thing, I keep telling people, for what it is, you cannot live in glass houses and throw stones. I will explain why I'm going to with this. Before this so-called evil head therein itself, based on kidnapping, based on insurgency, and all these pocket criminals, before now, think very well, this issue of kidnapping never used to be like this. But when at some point, I don't know if it's like maybe 10, 15 years ago, when politicians will use thugs, by the time they're done with them, get what they want, they leave the thugs and leave the thugs with those ammunitions and weapons. What do you expect many years after? Especially when you don't put anything on ground for them to. I'm not making an excuse for them. I mean, truth be told, look, kidnappers should be apprehended and locked up. More importantly, they should be persecuted. And thank God now there's some huge penalty on them. But my point is that how do we mitigate this in moving forward? It has not become an industry, which is a harmful industry to Nigeria. So if we don't cut the whatever the issue from the head, the snake from the head, we'll end up just petting the whole issue. These so-called boys or whoever they are, criminals, whatever we call them, I call them terrorists. Where do they get those weapons from? Because normally before you can kidnap somebody, you first instill fear in the person. There's a psychological breakdown first. Psychologically, you want to break the person by instilling fear, maybe shooting sporadically and all that. No one is immune to this. Anyone could get kidnapped if you are found vulnerable. In your vulnerable times, when you're sleeping, are you in charge of yourself? No, you're vulnerable. Anyone can be. I mean, is it not right in front of us? We saw how a certain country went into another country and kidnapped the president. Someone said he was captured. Kidnapped. Let's forget about it. But anyways, that's on the side. Unfortunately, this is unveiling. Our heart goes out to, the family of the kidnapped, chief and everything. Hopefully, since his son is an ex-governor, people, the security personnel will be able to move fast to be able to get the man, out of that coffers before, of course, as usual, the kidnappers start looking for huge, maybe state now some huge amount of money based on ransom. But like I said, let's go back to history and find out how did this whole thing become an industry? Where did we make mistakes? 1, as the people. 2, as the government. 3, of course, like they say, government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. At some point, mistakes were made. So these boys thought, let us create an informal industry. Let's create another industry on the side. It's going to make us some money. And don't forget, those young ones coming up are also watching them too. So even if we capture, even after we arrest and probably we erase or kill this so-called, new breed of kidnappers, the ones who have been watching them thinking that this lifestyle could make a lot of sense, so we'll begin to. Do you understand? So, as much as we want our police personnel, so whoever is going to watch back home, don't twist this thing. Though, it's the fact. We want our personnel to go after these people, get them right, so that when we come back on TV, we can talk about the issue of yes, congratulations, our personnel, you've done a great job. We want that. But what about preemptive flow? What about not waiting until someone gets kidnapped? What about strategically working with the local vigilantes, working with, of course, citizens to be able to fish out information? They say police is your friend. My question is, there's the reason why that phrase was put in place, right? So that the police can be able to change the narrative of people seeing them as, whenever the policeman comes, I beg, I don't want any issue. These ones are going to extort me. That idea of police is your friend is to change that narrative, that mentality, so that people can be able to approach the police when there's an issue. Let me tell you, I can afford to, put this way, you might quote me wrong, they might agree with me or not, but 90% could spell out when it comes to, based on a yes, when it comes to if someone sees a crime scene and runs to the police to talk about it, 90% kind of makes me believe that they will arrest that person first. I say, were you there? Okay, arrest him first, hold him down. That is mundane way of dealing with this issue. So I can assure you, a lot of people, maybe not a lot, somebody could have seen something, right? Or maybe notice whatever was going to happen, but the fear was, if they speak right now, they will think maybe they are part of these criminals or some issue or the other. So people are afraid to come and talk, afraid to speak up, afraid to help the police to do their job. We don't want kidnapping any longer in our society. It's branding us as an insecure country, branding us as an insecure people, and foreign investors who don't want to come in. When we did, what's it called again? What's called the newspaper review, where we had the cartoon of the day, we saw investors coming in, right? Okay, with bags, different bags with different amount of tax that he's going to have to pay, right? What did that tell you? It made you understand that foreign investors are quite skeptical about coming to Nigeria. Why? Because the level of insecurity is a problem. But we in Nigeria, we are surviving. We are thinking, okay, let's just survive. We don't know. You are surviving at the expense of your health, truly. Now, you go on vacation for 1 week or 2 weeks. Then people tell you, you look so good, so nice. You don't know what it is. It means, look, you are less stressed. And so, Nigeria did not happen to you while you were outside. I'm not encouraging anyone to go and jackpot, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day,
I'm confused on what you want us to do.
So at the end of the day, right? Can we begin to see people say, I saw this, report it. Don't be afraid that the police come and hold you and say, you were there when it happened. So that we can mitigate this issue if possible. So put a full stop. This issue of kidnap today, kidnap tomorrow, ransom today, ransom tomorrow. We don't want it, right? Again, our heart goes out to the religious, the traditional rulers' family, and of course, I can imagine what they are going through right now. The mental torture, it's just a whole lot.
It's a lot, actually. Let's move on to our second conversation this morning. Nigeria's security chief came under fire across social media after describing terrorists as our brothers. Quote.
Did I hear you correctly?
I had to take a pause there. Now, Nur Ribadu, who's our national security advisor, said it is mandatory to accept that they are part of us, adding that most of them are willing to repent. In his words, quote, and unquote, whether we like it or not, there are terrorists in Nigeria who want peace. They are our brothers.
Why do I 100% disagree? Because, look.
At what point did they become your brothers? Look, there's one thing to preach peace, but you're romanticizing. You're romanticizing terrorism.
This is what I call a no-brainer. A no-brainer means, look, you put out a statement where there are no basis of analysis that kind of points or triggers or compass to a point you can say this is some level of sensible talk. So it's a no-brainer. You talk about, you say they are our brothers. Brothers from where? Most of them are from Nigeria. Let's be honest, some of them are mercenaries gotten from different parts of other Sahel groups where, they have been the war-torn areas, and so weapons found their way into their hands. And of course,
where do you even draw the line between brotherhood and sisterhood? I mean, you're preaching peace, like this is I think sometimes Nigerian people in authority in Nigeria, they seem to confuse me.
I will tell you, you're not wrong. Some of them are deluded. Some of them don't understand that, look, this is a matter that needs to be crushed and crushed 100%, which is why I keep on saluting. At the same time, I keep on, giving the thumbs up to, retired General Christopher Musa, who is our defense minister. I keep on giving the thumbs up. He made it categorically clear when he was still serving full time. He said, look, servicemen, gentlemen, this was his words, he said, gentlemen, you are now in the theater of war. Right? I don't want to hear that you saw the enemy and you're waiting for order. Engage. Come back, at least kill one Boko Haram or something. So why am I repeating what he said? It just makes you understand that, look, when people who understand what it's like to get down terrorists, right? You want to take their words, blend it, use it to power your day. And our president, Mr. President, made a great choice to say, push this man forward as defense minister. So they are working very hard in different areas. We in the media, we are seeing these things.
Yeah, we are.
And we're talking about it. We are seeing the turnaround of almost a total push of our personnel by these bandits. We're seeing our personnel coming back, pushing these bandits, right? Giving them back to back, making sure that, look, they have no hold and no ground. Anywhere where it is that they have a stronghold, right? Our Nigerian army is pushing them away. This is good for us.
Yeah, let's see a little bit of some of the reactions that we have with respect to this conversation on social media. Abajida says, brotherhood is not defined by blood or common origin. Exactly my point. But by our shared humanity. Anyone who has destroyed your home, taken your loved ones, and brought suffering to your people cannot simply be called a brother by decree.
Indeed.
True unity cannot be built upon unacknowledged pain. A real brother protects, it does not destroy. Peace and reconciliation can only grow where there is justice, truth, and genuine change.
I agree with Abba
That's
here.
from Abajida. Gojo says, Nigerians are funny. APC has made their intentions clear. It is left to us to decide if we want terrorists and their brothers to rule us. Inyene Chukwu says, do you know how far gone a country is for its national security advisor to call terrorists its brothers? Do you know what that means? Nigeria will never win the war against terrorism with these people at the helm of affairs. Exactly my point. Look, there's a thin line between, I'm trying to preach for peace and calling a spade a spade. There's nowhere, just like the first person said,
it's a no-brainer.
Brotherhood is about shared humanity. But the moment when you're inhuman towards me, I don't identify as your brother.
Right.
I'm sorry. If you decide, start towing a path now that is unruly or a path that I don't understand, a path of destruction, I do not identify.
Of course, because if you look at it, once you change your modus operandi, which means that you have made it you've made it a point of contact to want every other person to, remove themselves from you. So it's normal. Look, I think, like I said, it's a no-brainer. There's no way I want to justify what he said, that these terrorists are our brothers. Look, you kill, maim, right? Displace. You cause pain without any reason. Even if there's a reason, there are other ways you can go about it. If you think that you have been marginalized, go and start your political party.
Yeah.
And then to say, look, you're pushing it through the right way. There are many ways you can make your voice heard. Instead of saying, okay, for what it is, all other options are now, explored and did not work, so let's go to arms.
And what does it mean by, I think, speaking on this comment by Nuribad, what does it mean by some of these terrorists wants to change? Is he alluding to something like, do you have a one-on-one with this? Maybe you should tell us something we don't know. Perhaps he sits in the room with them and they wine and dine together, and that's why he calls them their brothers, and they perhaps told him, we actually want to change, but some things are holding us back. You should let us know.
If you know them
fully, so we then know that he's part of them.
So he has said this thing now, without knowing. Some people just say what they like, not even looking at the implication at the end of the day. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are going through a lot. Families have lost loved ones to these kidnappers, these bandits, these terrorists, right? Some of them didn't even see the bodies to even bury at all. And so you come and say, oh, what? They are your brothers? And so you kind of informally speak for them, which means there's something you're not telling us, like you said. So if he shoots himself in the foot, look, I think this is where our DSS and SSS should go and begin to think hard and say, look, we now know where this is pointing. Even though, like I said, everyone to each his own.
To each his own.
To each his own, really.
Speaking of brotherhood, sisterhood, and being a brother, your brother's keeper, the third conversation we have trending this morning is the protest by members of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, which is better known as Shiite, over the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, Shiites in Nigeria, led by Ibrahim el-Zaki, staged the protest after Khamenei was killed in coordinated airstrikes in Iran by the United States and the Israel military. Now, dozens of IMN members mobilized shortly after the news of Khamenei's alleged death filtered through social media channels. The protesters also marched through parts of the state, chanting solidarity slogans and waving Iranian flags and placards bearing inscriptions such as "We stand with Iran." And of course, that's making the rounds this morning. We'll take a look at some of the reactions on social media and see how more Nigerians are reacting to it. AJ Money 007 says, I knew this would happen as we have some Islamic sect of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Nigeria. The question, what are we now protesting for, and what exactly do they want? Meanwhile, insecurity in the same northern Nigeria is still going on, but Iran matters is their problem.
So, okay, go ahead.
Niger Delta engineer says, Ebiarade says, so now global powers are clashing, and somehow Nigerian street must carry the burden too, because clearly we do not have enough of our own issues to deal with. It is funny how conflicts thousands of miles away can spark fire here faster than local problems ever get attention. At the end of the day, though, shouting will not solve it. Diplomacy will. I agree. Just Anu Boy says, this set of people that are doing this protest now, how many times have they come out to protest against the daily killings and kidnappings happening in Nigeria? Abe, I don't know, deserve to protest for. Those are my questions exactly.
So what the last guy just said, Anu Boy, for me, I would like to put more light on that first. I think I agree with him halfway. We have our own problems already, right? Issues surrounding insecurity, issues surrounding lack of amenities, and of course bad roads, issues surrounding some other corruption charges back and forth. We have these issues, and it'd be nice if you see people protest, which already they have been protesting. So I don't think Anu has been following up. Recently we had, the issue of where you had is it this? I've forgotten his name again. He was there. The protest. There was a protest in Abuja. I think it was just him with the placard, and some other series of protests that actually taking place to talk about these problems that we have. That aside, I think it's important that the narrative of truth needs to be pushed out there before any other thing. And I think I want to also, as much as we're in the media, we're broadcasters, most of the problems that surround these global issues, especially what's going on right now in Iran, right? I think the media also plays a major role where we need to be held responsible. Like I was watching one major platform the other day, I don't want to call their name, and you could see that that media house was so 100% biased, right? You have aggressors, and this is the fact. Now, this is not me trying to justify the fact that, we had people protesting, but of course, there are some kind of links to them, which is maybe the Islam and every other thing. They have the right to peaceful protest. So long as they inform the authorities that they want to protest, so long as it is peaceful, it is your right to protest, really. And let's just call it a spade. It's your right to protest. So long as you've informed the public, you've informed security personnel that you want to protest, and it's going to be peaceful, good and fine. Now let's not look at the reason why they're protesting. I think for what it is, right, keeping the sentiment aside, an aggressor has come to your doorstep and has not only knocked on your door, but also killed the breadwinner of that family. Let's be honest. And this not we saying, okay, wait a minute, whether religion or no religion. This is humanity we're talking about. I think the US/Israel has made a serious mistake to have done that. Because what they've simply done is they've now made that man, right, Ayatollah, okay, a martyr. And look, and so right now there's a 40 days of mourning. Have you seen the pictures on social media? In fact, the protest right now in Nigeria is even small. Have you seen what's going around the world, especially there in Iran? They had a stadium filled with people out there to mourn their leader, and as soon as he died, right, someone else stood in his place. So they don't simply just replace another one with the previous one. So it continues. However, at the end of the day, right, why our people down here protest when we have other issues, which is the major bone of contention? Right. I will say this: sometimes you never know what is behind some certain other issues apart from the main thing, which is the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. In this case, it could also mean they are trying to gain the attention of the international world. That look, we are also key followers based on, being Muslims, as the case may be. I also want to believe that if tomorrow, right, God forbid, something happens to the Pope, for instance, right, you will see Christians actually come out to protest. This is just what it is. Nigeria is a multi-religious country.
Well, I think that people are just a little bit taken aback with the fact that we've had like loads and loads of killings in Nigeria, and you would expect that we take a more
holistic approach, and then
it's forceful stand.
Right.
It's not saying that we don't have, like you said, we have two major religions, Christianity and Islam, and then obviously the people from the Islamic side will definitely want to protest when they see somebody that is
like an icon to them, authority
figure. But at the same time, there are lots of things happening in Nigeria. We want to see you guys protesting more, or aren't you guys? Are these issues not pressing enough? Does it have to be on the outside for you to see it as more pressing?
Should I just be very honest here? As much as, like I said before, we are a multi-religious country and we have two major religions in Nigeria, right? Islam and Christianity.
Yeah.
It is so embedded in our, as a nation, that religion plays you cannot deny it. Religion plays a major role, even to the point of the presidency. We're all together here when people were complaining, we can't have Muslim tickets. It is so important, right? Yeah. And again, you don't want to say you're politically correct, but you can't divorce that from the fact that Nigerians will be sentimental towards someone who they see as their spiritual leader. And in this case, someone who is not just spiritual leader, but also a supreme leader of a country as powerful as Iran. If you ask me right now, Valentine, what do you think? Valentine, what do you think? Ask me, I'll tell you, okay, you know what? I think Israel and America made a big mistake. They shouldn't have done that. That's just my opinion, though.
All right, so we'll leave it there at your opinion today on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. We have the news at the top of the hour at 11. Do stay with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy. I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Al-Hafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They are the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They are survival. At the same time, Road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Welcome to Business News Hour, coming to you live from Business Days Television. My name is Norma Obona. Let's look at the major headlines making the business world today. AFC, federal government sealed $1.3 billion alumina refinery pact. OPEC Plus approves hike in oil production as Gulf crisis escalates.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to Business News Hour, coming to you live from BusinessDay television. My name is Norma Ubuna. Now let's look at the major headlines making the stories today. AFC, federal government sealed $1.3 billion aluminum refinery pact. OPEC Plus approves hike in oil production as Gulf crisis escalates. Nigerian exchange jumped 16.60% in February as oil and gas lead 4 other sectors. PenCom launches new digital portal for federal retirees. Decline in import bills triggers $1.28 billion trade surplus. We begin today's business news off with developments from Nigeria, where the federal government has signed a $1.3 billion investment partnership with the African Finance Corporation to develop an aluminum refinery and 2 additional strategic mining projects aimed at revitalizing the solid minerals sector. The agreement was announced by the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, through a statement issued in Abuja. The deal is expected to deepen private sector participation and expand mining's contribution to gross domestic production. Under the pact, both parties will jointly finance a 1 million ton per annum aluminum refinery, a nationwide geoscience mapping program, and a dedicated investment vehicle to support exploration and production activities. Alake said he has granted approvals to fast-track implementation and directed relevant agencies to expedite permits and regulatory clearances to ensure timely execution. Valued at $1.3 billion, the refinery is projected to contribute $1.2 billion annually to GDP, generate over $25 billion across its life cycle, and boost foreign exchange earnings by an estimated $8 billion. And meanwhile, OPEC Plus has agreed in principle to increase oil production next month as escalating tensions in the Middle East threaten to drive crude prices higher. The move follows reports of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, intensifying geopolitical risk in the region. Key members, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, are expected to raise output by 206,000 barrels per day, exceeding the 137,000 barrels per day monthly increment recorded in the fourth quarter of 2025. The development comes amid disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz, a critical artery for global crude shipments, rising concerns over supply security and export sustainability. Several producers had already begun increasing exports, signaling a proactive approach to stabilizing markets despite maritime slowdowns linked to the Gulf crisis. The decision underscores OPEC Plus's delicate balancing act between safeguarding global supply, managing price volatility, and responding to geopolitical uncertainty affecting oil revenues and broader market stability. And I'm moving away from that story. The Nigerian exchange recorded a strong performance in February 2026, advancing 16.60% to close at 192,826.8 points, edging closer to 200,000 milestone. The rally, tracked by the All-Share Index, marked a third consecutive month of gains and the strongest monthly rise since January 2024. Market activity remained largely positive across the 4 trading weeks, with the index crossing 194,000 before a mild pullback. Year to date, returns stand at 23.91%, supported by over 36 billion shares traded. The NGX Oil and Gas Index led sectorial performance, rising to 33.63%, buoyed by gains in Aradel Holdings and Seplat Energy. Industrial goods followed, climbing 22.20%, driven by Dangote Cement and Lafarge Africa. Banking stocks also advanced 16.67%, with Zenith Bank and GTCO posting notable gains, while insurance lagged. And still on, the National Pension Commission has launched a comprehensive digital overhaul of the retirement process for federal employees, signaling a major step toward modernizing Nigeria's pension administration system. In new guidelines for Treasury-funded ministries, departments and agencies, the Commission introduced the contribution and bond redemption application, an upgraded platform designed to streamline verification and enrollment of proactive retirees. The COBRA system replaces largely fiscal pre-retirement verification exercises with a centralized digital interface, enabling pension desk officers and pension fund administrators to upload employment records, validate documents, and capture biometric data electronically. PENCOM said the platform will enhance transparency and enable more accurate advisory to the Central Bank of Nigeria on bond redemption funding requirements. The Commission also directed pension fund administrators to clearly separate self-contributions from employer remittances in reports and retirement savings account statements, reinforcing data integrity and accountability across the contributory pension scheme. And moving on from that story, Nigeria recorded a $1.28 billion trade surplus in November 2025, representing a 4.1% month-on-month increase from $1.23 billion in October, according to the Federal Central Bank of Nigeria. The improvement was largely driven by 8.07% decline in the imports bill to $3.55 billion, reflecting reduced purchases of both oil and non-oil products. Non-oil products fell to 4.28% to $2.46 billion, while oil exports declined to $0.94 billion amid rising local refining capacity. However, export receipts dropped 5.22% to $4.83 billion, weighed down by weaker earnings from crude oil and gas refined petroleum products. Oil-related exports accounted for 85.84% of total receipts, with crude oil earnings declining to $2.68 billion due to lower average prices. Non-oil exports also fell 6.80% to $0.64 billion, reflecting reduced re-exports and softer global commodity prices. And in a recent development, Nigeria's Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has criticized the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company over the slow rollout of prepaid meters supplied under a federal government initiative. During a working visit to the company's headquarters in Ibadan, the minister disclosed that only 16,300 of the 59,000 meters provided had been distributed, describing the shortfall as unacceptable and detrimental to consumers and sector performers. Adelabu warned that warehousing the meters undermines revenue generation, weakens billing transparency, and erodes customer confidence. He urged the utility to prioritize immediate deployment and explore embedded generation to strengthen supply within its franchise area. The minister noted that persistent consumer complaints in 2026 prompted renewed engagement with company, despite improved indices recorded in 2025. And we'll be right back after this quick break with more updates from the business world.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. Passengers traveling through Lagos and Abuja airports on Sunday were stranded following the enforcement of the federal government's cashless access policy, triggering gridlock and missed flights. The disruption followed the activation of an electronic payment system by the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria at airport entries, requiring motorists to use dedicated payment cards. Many travelers reported long queues and repeated transaction failures, with some abandoning vehicles to entrances to catch scheduled flights. The policy, initially announced in 2025, was fully activated on March 1st, 2026 to curb revenue leakages and enhance transparency. FAN spokesperson Henry Abaribe attributed the disruption to last-minute compliance, noting that public sensitization had been ongoing for months. Meanwhile, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority said the situation would ease as users obtain the required cards, expressing optimism that the system would improve efficiency and accountability. And moving on from that story, Dangote Cement has reported a record performance for the year ended December 31st, 2025, with profit after tax rising 101.7% to 1.01 trillion naira. Earnings per share stood at 59.86 naira, while the board proposed a dividend of 45 naira per share. According to the audited results filed by the Nigerian Exchange Limited, group revenue increased 20.3% to 4.31 trillion naira. EBITDA climbed 43.4% to 1.98 trillion naira, representing a margin of 46%. Despite a slight 0.9% dip in volumes to 27.5 million tons, export performance remained strong, with cement and clinker shipments rising 18.6%. Capacity expansion supported growth, including a 3 million ton grinding plant at Côte d'Ivoire, bringing total capacity to 55 million tons annually. Chief Executive Officer Avrind Patak attributed the performance to operational efficiency, cost discipline, and strategic expansion across key African markets. In other news, Nigeria's internet service provider ISP sector is showing early signs of consolidation as operators grapple with rising right-of-way costs, regulatory hurdles, and competition from mobile carriers offering retail data and fiber-to-home broadband. Industry executives say mergers and partnerships could strengthen financial and operational capacity, enabling greater investment in network maintenance, redundancy, and coverage expansion. According to the Nigerian Communications Commission, 231 ISPs were licensed as of early 2026, up from 224 at the end of 2025. The market remains fragmented, with major players like Steptranek, Starlink, Fiber One, IFNX, and TZT dominating. New entrants include Amazon, Cooper Nigeria Limited, Boost ISP, and others. Industry leaders cite wide disparities in right-of-way charges from a federal benchmark of 145 naira per meter to some states charging 5,000 naira as a key barrier to expansion. Fiber cuts and rising energy costs, including diesel fuel, further increase operational pressure. Executives argue that consolidation could attract investment, improve service reliability, and reduce outages while expanding coverage in underserved areas. Despite challenges, Nigeria's ISP market offers a growth potential driven by smartphone adoption, remote work, and government initiatives to expand digital services in schools and rural communities. Also, Nigeria's improving macroeconomic outlook marked by a cautious 50 basis point rate cut by the Central Bank of Nigeria, moderating inflation, stable exchange rates, stronger internal reserves, and ongoing GDP growth is being tempered by a rising public debt profile. According to the Debt Management Office, total public debt reached 153.29 trillion naira as of September 2025, up 7.71% year-on-year, with domestic debt accounting for 52.9% and external debt rising 3.76% to 71.48 trillion naira. Despite higher debt levels, the debt to GDP ratio improved to 37.13% from 42.68% in 2024. Supported by stronger GDP and slower accumulation, domestic debt service surged 47.56% to 6.32 trillion naira, largely due to treasury bill interest payments, while external debt service declined 6.79% to $3.34 billion. The CBN's Monetary Policy Committee cut the monetary policy rate to 26.5%, citing disinflation, stable naira exchange rates, stronger reserves, and a positive external sector development as supportive factors. Analysts say public debt may rise further in 2026 due to higher domestic and external borrowings linked to a higher budget deficit, though continued exchange rate stability and lower stop rates could ease near-term debt servicing pressures. And meanwhile, Nigeria's insurance subsector led growth within the financial services industry in the fourth quarter of 2025, posting a real expansion of 21.37% according to the National Bureau of Statistics. The performance marked a sharp rise from 6.60% recorded in the corresponding period of 2024. On a full-year basis, insurance grew 16.04% in real terms, more than quadrupling the 3.42% achieved in 2024. In nominal terms, the subsector expanded by 30.83% during the quarter, reflecting strong price and output growth. Despite the surge, insurance accounts for 9.57% of the finance and insurance sector, while financial institutions represented 90.43%, recorded a 7.08% real growth in Q4. The broader sector grew 8.30% and contributed 2.56% to the GDP. Beyond finance, transportation rose 21.25%, telecommunications grew 8.39%, and oil output averaged 1.58 million barrels per day, supporting overall GDP growth of 4.07%. And to wrap up the business news hour, Dimension Data Nigeria has successfully raised 20 billion naira through a newly executed bond program aimed at expanding digital infrastructure and expanding enterprise connectivity nationwide. The transaction was completed under the Dimension Data SPV Funding PLC following approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission. The Managing Director, Benga Olabiyi, said the funds will support long-term infrastructure investment, network resilience, and scalable services to meet rising demand for data, cloud solutions, and artificial intelligence. He emphasized that robust infrastructure is critical for competitiveness and operational future-proofing. Nigeria's digital landscape faces significant gaps in meter and access fiber coverage, with enterprise, connectivity constraint, rising operating costs, and slowing digital transformation. The bond proceeds are intended to address these challenges and strengthen carrier-grade services. Shate, managing partner of Mbava Partners Limited, described the fundraising as a validation of Dimension Data's strategic vision and long-term growth plans. The program received a strong investor support, with the first issuance oversubscribed. Advisors included Pathway Advisors Limited, Deloitte and Touch, and Augusto & Co., highlighting the increasing role of private capital in bridging Nigeria's digital infrastructure deficit. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obunna. Thank you for joining us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight, where big ideas come alive and bold founders are shaping Africa's future. My name is Glory Brown Odibo, and I'm thrilled to have you join us today. Our spotlight is on bridging gaps in Earth business, HIGC's inspiring startup story. The big question is this: how do we deliver healthcare that truly serves people while building businesses that can scale and last? Today, we're shining the light on a startup answering that challenge boldly and brightly. Joining me is Dr. Owen Omojo, a Nigerian medical doctor, public health consultant, and social entrepreneur who is redefining how healthcare and business intersect across Africa. Dr. Owen Omojo, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you
it's
so
really
much.
My pleasure and our pleasure to have you here right now.
Thank you. Same here. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Quick question. Let's jump right into this. What does HIGC stands for? Like, what does it really mean? What inspired the name?
Okay. Thank you once again for having me, and thank you for that question. HIGC, it's not funny, it's an interesting one. HIGC stands for Health Issues Global Consultant. People always ask, why do you work with the name HIGC? Why not just say HIGC, Health Issues Global Consultant? It was a company that was established by my mom, who is a PhD nurse, in 2014. And the whole idea was she wanted to carry out wellness programs, that tied into her work. And she made me a director in the company, right? And she just never did anything with it. She remained in paid employment. And so when I decided to leave paid employment and go into business in 2018, I just thought, okay, you know what? There's already Health Issues Global Consultants. There's really no reason per se to go register another company. I didn't really have any great ideas about name. I wasn't focused on the name, right? And then when I mentioned it to my MD at the time when I was working at Anchor HMO at the time before I started HIGC, and it was like, oh, health issues global consultant. It sounds really long. Like, why don't you, why don't you maybe work with the brand name of HIGC? Oh, okay, that's a good idea. And so we just started working with the brand HIGC. But I mean, a couple of years down the line now, we are registered as HIGC Health Consultants. And I mean, I didn't want to just go change it, have a completely different name, because HIGC had already somewhat become a household name. And so, yeah, so that's the story behind the name. Nothing grand, really.
Okay, let's talk about how you started, like the capital, the starting process. How was it like for your brand?
Okay, so when I started HIGC in 2018, I had just left the paid employment. I was in the health insurance space. I was working with Anchor HMO, and I saw a gap in the fact that corporate organizations were not optimizing their corporate healthcare benefits, right? With HMOs, there was a palpable dissatisfaction that corporate organizations had with their HMO providers, right? And I thought, you know what? Let me come in and fill in this gap and launch with a niche product, HMO called HMO Advisory Service. So it was fully bootstrapped, threw in all my savings. My parents told me I was crazy when I wanted to start this, because it's like, even though I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, right? They just felt like, come on, first you decided that you were not going to practice clinical medicine anymore. Okay, we heard that. You gave your reasons. Now you're saying you want to go start business. Like, the business terrain is crazy in Nigeria, but I mean, against all odds, I did it, and yeah, here we are.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question. I like the fact that you already popped it from what I asked this question. So, starting out, sometimes it's very difficult to lock in on that belief that I think in the next 5 years, everything is going to turn out nice. Was there any like disbelief, doubt, fears? If yes, how did you overcome them?
I'm a very dogged person. I'm also a very stubborn person.
Wow. You never give up?
I have a diehard spirit, right? I've been through some experiences that very few people would have survived, and we won't get into this interview, but I'm just saying that I have I'm very strong-willed. Let me put it that way. I'm very strong-willed. I didn't have it all figured out when I started. I wouldn't say I started scared, even though it's okay to start scared. I was just excited that I have an effervescent personality, and I have a very positive outlook on life. And when I'm like a dog with a bone. When I get an idea, I run with it, right? So when I got that idea of, this niche service, HMO Advisory, nobody is doing it. Let me start it. Nothing was going to hold me back, right? Not even failure was going to hold me back. So yeah, no, I didn't start with fear. That's the truth. I didn't start it scared. I didn't have it all figured out, even though I thought I had it all figured out.
So mind made up regardless of the challenges that come along the way.
Yes, I didn't, to be very honest, I didn't even envisage any challenges. I didn't envisage. Of course, now, after, going through business, going to 8 years now? No, my math is not mathing. Yeah, going to almost 8 years now. I mean, obviously, in hindsight, there were a lot of challenges, that I just didn't foresee. And I think maybe that was largely because I didn't have a mentor, right? I didn't have mentorship. I didn't have anybody want to really guide me, and let me know what to expect along the way and all of that. But I went in excited and maybe a little delusional as well. So, yeah.
As a founder, you've been doing this for like 8 years now, since 2018. What's one biggest misconception that people have about healthcare business in Africa?
I'm not sure I really know what the biggest misconception is. I haven't really queried that, but I'd say in business in general, just business. I hear people say to me, you're CEO now, so you determine your time. Like you have time to flex, you have time to. I'm like, I work the hardest out of everybody in my team. I'm the hardest worker, and trust me, I have a solid team, right? But I am the hardest worker because guess what? If I don't work, mouths don't get fed, right? So a lot is dependent on me. I mean, I am the driver of this vision. I hope that the vision will outlive me, right? The vision is bigger than me, but right now we're in a position where I'm driving the vision. And so if I don't put it 1,000%, the company, we're not going to achieve that vision and that goal and that mission. We're not going to get there, or maybe we'll get there, but we'll get there a lot slower, right? So I think that generally is a misconception. I also had a misconception that it was, roses and petals before I went into business. Nothing in this world could have
in front of you.
Yes, nothing in this world could have prepared me for what I was going into, right? So I think generally I'd say that's one of the misconceptions that comes to mind right now.
Talking about your team now, how do you keep them motivated? That's one. Then, choosing the right team for a business as healthcare is different from other businesses.
Right.
How do you ensure you get the right team? There are people that come to your team with the spirit of, I want to be here. Why there are other people that come to your team because month end is coming, I need to make money. So how do you pick the right people for your team, and how do you keep them motivated as well in the job?
First of all, I think one of my biggest flexes is that I am blessed with people. I am blessed with I couldn't have asked for a better team. I am blessed with the best hands, the best people, right? So that is not a struggle for me. I understand what your question is driving at, because where we are now in Nigeria specifically, with brain drain, with the poor quality of education, with the abysmal level of graduates that we're churning out from our universities, from our educational system every year, the quality of workforce continues to deplete, right? So as much as we talk about we have an unemployment problem, I beg to differ and say that we have a bigger unemployability problem, because the level of workforce is so poor out there. And I know this, and I can speak to this authoritatively, because I have been doing recruitment since I went into business, because again, I had to somehow pivot and keep the lights on, basically. And, that was a skill that I had, because when I was a manager in the HMOs I had worked in, I used to sit in on a lot of recruitments. And so somehow I just fell into recruitment. And with my other company, Regal Business Hub, that's one of our major service offerings, recruitment. And so I know the level of, thoroughness that goes into it, and frustration, the level of unskilled workforce is really crazy. But somehow, I don't know if that's what they call grace, HIGC and my other endeavors, we've just somehow been blessed to have the best hands and the best people. So I can't relate. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. And as a female founder in the healthcare business field, definitely there are a lot of distractions. People tend to say it like it's mailing for the other gender. What principles have guided you through these businesses? What principles have you held so strong that have helped you get to where you are now?
Thank you for that question. You know what? We can't deny that we're living in a patriarchal, right, society. And it cuts across pretty much every single sector that you can think about, maybe with the exception of beauty, the beauty sector, maybe, at least in Nigeria, right? But I also recognize that in recent years, there's been a lot more opportunities for women, you know, with the advocacy for equity and equality. You know, there, you know, a lot more opportunities for women. For me, I mean, I don't know if you can't tell, I have coconut head, right? So there's very little that you can do to bring me down, or I'm a very self-aware person. And so I know that just being a woman in business, talk less of a woman in the business of healthcare, right? I already know that I have to show up 10,000 times better than I will show up on my best day. Just to be taken seriously. Just for you to know that I actually know what I'm talking about. I actually know my onions. I'm not here to waste your time. I am the best person for the job. If you give me this, I will see it to a logical conclusion. I mean, when you walk into my office, you see it's boldly written, excellence is not a goal, it's our standard. And so in everything that we do, we embody excellence. Excellence is our bread and butter. It's our morning, it's our afternoon, it's our night. It's what we live by, it's what we swear. And every single person that works at HIGC embodies that level of excellence. And so I think just having that culture and mindset of excellence has helped me to stand out in business as a woman and be able to navigate that, you know, quite that tough business terrain. So yeah, I mean, we take it on the chin. Of course, you know, they're misogynistic clients that you meet. They're things that happen, right? But I don't dwell on them. I have a goal, and my goal is to get the job done. And whatever happens along the way, we take it on the chin and we move on. We move. That's my favorite slogan, by the way.
Yeah, we move.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, earlier you talked about when you started, mentorship was very important. And we have a lot of startups looking forward to dive right into this niche of healthcare business, but they don't know how to, you know, get mentors from and all that. What advice would you give to startups looking forward to coming into this brand regarding mentorship, how they can get their hands on good mentors that can pull them through?
Listen, first of all, I have the saying, it's not an original saying by any means, but it's one that I live by very intentionally, and it is: your network is your net worth. Networking is, oh my God, networking has done me a world of great things. Where HIGC is today is largely a product of networking. Intentional networking. And so networking affords you information access. Networking affords you the opportunity to meet the right people that can point you in the right direction. And when I say networking, I don't mean you're going for you go for a conference, you accumulate business cards and you allow them to gather dust and then you never follow up. No, intentional networking. Mentorship for me is something that I'm so passionate about, largely because early on, when I went into business, I didn't have mentors
from the start.
I didn't have mentors from the start. I didn't have mentors to hold my hand. I didn't have mentors to guide me on things that I should do, things that I shouldn't do. I didn't have mentors to guide me on realistic expectations. And so I had so many unrealistic expectations. And along the way, I made some costly mistakes, right? I mean, I'm glad that it didn't end us, but it would have been great to have a mentor tell me, do it this way, do it that way, right? So mentorship cannot be overemphasized. And I think that the best way for you as a young healthcare entrepreneur or budding healthcare entrepreneur is to identify conferences or programs or events where you would meet people of like minds, where you would meet leaders in the industry, right? Research, go on LinkedIn, search, like, are there organizations that are doing things that you want to do? And mentorship should be a symbiotic relationship. Don't come into a mentor-mentee relationship with a parasitic mindset that it's only you that would. No, anywhere you are, and in every relationship, always think about how you can add value as well, and be ready to serve and work without even getting paid. Be ready to, really be ready to volunteer, because that's how you learn. That's how you learn. Be ready to volunteer. Think about delayed gratification. Don't think about what you can get now. So those are some of the things that I would, advise. Grow your network. And from that, you get the information and access to the people that you want to mentor you.
That's a good one. Thank you. Moving on to my next question for you. You've been so amazing on set with me.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I was going through the bio and when I was carrying out my research regarding HIGC, I noticed that maternal health is one major focus and priority for you. Why is this personal? I don't know if it's personal, but why is this like a personal priority to you?
Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Glory, for asking that, because maternal health does tug at my heartstring, largely because I'm a woman and I have those lived experiences, right? I understand what the female body goes through. I mean, men do not, I've said this so many times that men are lucky. A woman's body, right? Like, we go through so much. And so with every other thing that we have to deal with in society, who is speaking for us? Who is advocating for us? We already have the shorter end of the stick in terms of disparity and access to services, access to healthcare, affordability of healthcare services and all of that. We know that 70 to 80% of healthcare spending is done out of pocket, right? And women who do not earn as much as men obviously have less access to these services. And so that's why I honestly feel a sense of responsibility almost to be a voice. Obviously, I can't be the only voice, but be a voice for women and, use my expertise to be that voice and create platforms and create solutions that will help them. But more so, I don't know if you saw the BBC article that came out shortly after National Safe Motherhood Day in 2025 that said, it was so indicting. It said Nigeria is the most dangerous place for a woman to give birth.
Oh.
That's so indicting. We have a maternal health crisis. We need to crush maternal mortality. Nigeria has one of the highest, I dare say the highest maternal mortality ratio in the world at 512 to 1,000, depending on the study you're looking at, but between 512 to 1,000 deaths per 100,000 live births. That is crazy. That is wild. And so for me, it's like, why are women dying bringing life? Why is a woman bringing life into this world and she's losing her life? It's unacceptable. And so yes, maternal health is so dear to my heart, and it is something that I have pursued assiduously and continue to pursue, and we have programs that are currently ongoing to address that. So yes, very important to me, and it should be important to everybody because every single person in this world came from a woman. Every single person in this world came from a woman. So it should be important to every single person, man or woman.
Yeah. And right now we're currently in the age where AI is trending, technology is moving forward so fast, if I must say. How do you see technology reshaping the healthcare business and in the aspects of decision making as well? Looking ahead.
So health tech is, I think it's going to be a significant game changer in how healthcare services are delivered in coming years. It's quite unfortunate that when it comes to the tech ecosystem, health tech is does not get as much attention as the fintechs and other aspects of tech, right? And it's crazy because when you talk about human capital development, you can't talk about it without education and health, right? So that is where the focus really should be on, but it's not. But nonetheless, health tech is going to shape how service. It's already not. It's going to. It is already. It is already shaping how the world is going because and how healthcare services are being delivered. With digital health solutions now like telemedicine, right, robotic surgeries, and things like that, it's here and it's here to stay, and we must embrace it. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm currently building a health tech platform, MedCart, exactly. You remember, I'm currently building a health tech platform, which is supposed to tackle information poverty around healthcare. In not so many words, essentially, it's supposed to be a platform that centralizes all the fragmented health data, right? Because that's a problem. Data informs decisions, data informs policy. And so if we have all of this fragmented data, then we're not able to make informed policy decisions, right? And at the core of my public health journey is influencing policy decisions. And so the platform is essentially supposed to centralize healthcare provider information, healthcare professional information, where to source for healthcare items, rating on, medical professionals, things like that, morbidity and mortality data and statistics and things like that. It's supposed to just address that problem of information fragmentation and information poverty. So yes, tech is here. We must embrace it, and we need more people to go into health tech and close the numerous gaps that we have in healthcare.
Yeah. So with tech coming to play and coming to stay, what's the long-term vision for HIGC, and how do you see it reshaping the healthcare business in Africa?
Yeah, so for HIGC, we're already embracing technology, right, in our business, and again, we can't do without technology. And as an organization that has continued to evolve, as an organization that has continued to, we're giving baths and then we return with boats, right? So we're an organization that is very big on innovation, that is very big on incorporating, tech into. If you go on our social media handles, you'd see how we have been able to incorporate technology into, what we do as a public health and a healthcare social enterprise. And we're using tech currently to help with public health advocacy, because like we say in public health, prevention is always going to be cheaper than cure. Always. Yeah. Prevention is always cheaper than cure. Always. Right? So yes, tech is, our business is definitely integrated with tech, or tech is integrated into our business, and definitely going forward and in other endeavors, we'll be integrating tech even more so in our business to help close these gaps that we're trying to close.
Finally, before I let you go, what advice would you give to young entrepreneurs, most especially women looking forward to build purpose-driven businesses? From your experiences as a founder over the years, what advice would you say they are non-negotiable when starting a business?
Number one is passion. Business comes with so many, again, bass, right? Passion. When the chips are down, when the crazy policies come and shake you, passion is what keeps you going. If you don't have passion, you will not last, right? So passion is the first thing. 2, resilience. Understanding that it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. understanding what your purpose is, right? Because when you're doing work that is bigger than you, like what we're doing with HIGC, the social impact work that is addressing SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, you understand that the vision is bigger than you. So that keeps you going as well. Again, start small and scale, regardless. Start small and scale, right? You have to crawl before you walk, before you run. And again, I would say leverage or stand on the backs of giants. There are giants who have come before you, who have walked so that you can fly. So stand on their backs, right? And that's obviously through mentorship again, because I cannot overemphasize how important mentorship is. And finally, have a we die here mentality. When I say we die here, I don't mean don't be open to learning and changing. I appreciate it. I appreciate the time and for talking to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for today's Startup Spotlight. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you so much for watching.
And this is the Business Day TV Media Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigerian exchange jumped 16.60% in February as oil and gas lead 4 other sectors. OPEC Plus approves hike in oil production as Gulf crisis escalates. AFC, federal government seal $1.3 billion alumina refinery pact. And INEC chair warns of imperfect election in 2027. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian exchange enjoyed an impressive run in February 2026, climbing 16.60% to close at 192,826.8 points and moving ever closer to the key 200,000 milestone. Tracked by the all-share index, the surge marks a third straight month of gains since November 2025's dip and stands as the strongest monthly performance since the 35.28% rally of January 2024. And over the month, 4 trading weeks, the market closed the first 3 in positive territory, surging past 194,000 in the penultimate week before a mild 1.11% decline brought the index back to 192,826.8. The market has so far this year gone up 23.91%, with over 36 billion shares traded, driven mainly by strong buying interest in industrial, oil and gas, and banking heavyweight stocks. And moving on, OPEC Plus has agreed in principle to a slightly larger increase in oil production next month as a conflict sparked by the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran threatens to push crude prices higher. Key members, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, which had paused a series of hikes during the first quarter, are reportedly set to add 206,000 barrels per day. The increase surpasses the monthly increment of 137,000 barrels per day recorded in the fourth quarter and comes amid growing turmoil in the Middle East. The conflict has reportedly led to the death of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, threatened regional oil production and disrupted traffic through the critical Strait of Hormuz. The ongoing Gulf crisis has already slowed maritime traffic, potentially affecting the ability of member nations to sustain higher export. And still on, the federal government has signed a $1.3 billion investment partnership with the Africa Finance Corporation to develop an alumina refinery and 2 other strategic mining projects aimed at boosting Nigeria's solid mineral sector. The agreement was revealed in a statement issued by the Minister of Solid Mineral Development, Dele Alake, through its special assistant on media, Segun Tomori, on Sunday in Abuja. The deal is positioned as a major step towards increasing mining's contribution to gross domestic product and attracting large-scale private capital into the sector. Under the pact, the government and AFC will jointly fund the construction of a 1 million ton per annum alumina refinery, a comprehensive national geoscience mapping program, and the creation of a special investment vehicle to drive exploration and production. Alake noted that reforms undertaken by the ministry have strengthened the investment climate, modernized regulations, and established a mineral licensing regime capable of attracting serious private sector into the sector. Coming up, INEC chief warns of imperfect election in 2027. We bring you this and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the Midday Bulletin. Still on the local scene, the chairman of Nigeria's Electoral Commission has told citizens to temper their expectations ahead of the 2027 general elections, saying that the operational constraint, particularly in remote areas, makes a flawless exercise unrealistic. Professor Joash Mupitan revealed that the Independent National Electoral Commission was committed to delivering its best performance but could not guarantee perfection. In his words, INEC will strive as much as possible to give this country the best election, adding that they may not be able to achieve a 100% perfect election for now. On the question of electronic transmission of results, which became one of the most bitterly contested issues in the aftermath of the 2023 election, Amupitan said the Commission had the capacity to transmit results in 2027 and intended to do so. Away from that story, the Ogun State government has shut down African Refractory and Allied Products Limited in Ojigo, following a viral video in which a former employee alleged he contracted cirrhosis while working at the company. The development was announced in a statement posted on the state government official X handle on Sunday. The company, which produces ramming mass by crushing quartz stone into fine powder for furnace lining in steel companies, will remain closed pending the outcome of investigation. The State Commissioner for Environment, Ola Oresonya, reviewed the decision during a fact-finding visit to the facility alongside officials of the Ministry of Environment and the Ogun State Environmental Protection Agency, stating that the company would remain shut while investigations into the allegations are ongoing. Orasoye added that the government would ensure a thorough investigation and bring the matter to a logical conclusion. Also, the Lagos State government has announced traffic diversions ahead of the commencement of Phase 1 reconstruction and expansion works on Ogunusi Road in Ikeja local government area. This was revealed in a statement signed by the Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiemi. Motorists plying the Ojodu-Berger to Ijayi-Agege corridor have been urged to plan ahead and make use of alternative routes, as sections of the road will be closed to vehicular access during the construction period. According to Oshiemi, the project forms part of a broader plan to upgrade the 9.0-kilometer dual carriage corridor between Ojodu-Berger bus stop and Mobile Filling Station Junction, both inbound and outbound. And to end the local news, Acting Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu has directed commissioners of police across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory to strengthen surveillance and intelligence gathering in response to escalating tensions in the Middle East, warning that any attempt to import foreign ideological or religious conflict into Nigeria will be met with the full force of the law. The directive, announced on Sunday by the force spokesman Benjamin Hundeyin, reports that it places particular emphasis on the northwest, northeast, and north central zones. Commissioners have been instructed to deepen collaboration with traditional and religious leaders, increase police visibility around worship centers and public spaces, and move swiftly against any individuals or groups seeking to exploit global development to stoke sectarian tensions domestically. And coming up, Vodafone teams up with Amazon satellites to connect masts in Europe and Africa. This and more after this break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. Still on the media bulletin, mobile company Vodafone said on Monday it has signed a deal with Amazon Leo, the U.S. company's AMZN.O low Earth orbit satellite network, to connect 4G and 5G mobile masts in remote areas in Europe and Africa. Amazon Leo will offer connection of up to 1 Gbps for downloads and 400 Mbps for uploads to link Vodafone's network to masts in hard-to-reach locations, saving the expense of installing fiber, Vodafone said. Vodafone will start using Amazon Leo to connect mobile base stations in Germany and other European countries this year, before progressively rolling it out across Africa through its subsidiary, Vodacom. Amazon Leo has over 200 satellites in orbit and hundreds more built and ready for launch, while Vodafone separately plans to offer satellite connections to its customers using standard smartphones with its partner, AST Space Mobile. And also, the South African rand weakened in early trades on Monday as the ongoing conflict in the Middle East rattled investors and added to global economic uncertainty. According to reports, the rand traded at 16.16 against the dollar, about 1.4% down from its Friday close. Over the weekend, the United States and Israel carried out major strikes on Iran that killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, with Iran retaliating with missiles and drone attacks across parts of the Middle East. The dollar, however, gained 0.2% against a basket of currencies, with gold, a major South African export, hitting its highest point in more than 4 weeks. And on the foreign scene, travel chaos extended through the Middle East and beyond, sending airline stocks sharply lowered Monday as carriers across the Persian Gulf extended blanket flight suspension, causing major disruption at some of the world's busiest airports. Emirates, the world's largest international airline, halted all operations to and from Dubai until 3 p.m. local time on Monday, warning of disruptions through Thursday. Etihad Airways also extended cancellation until 2 p.m. Monday, while Qatar Airways said flights to and from Doha were suspended due to the closure of Qatari airspace. The disruptions rippled across Asia, with Qatar Pacific Airways Limited cancelling some services to the Middle East through March 5th, while Indigo's flight suspension extended through Tuesday in India. U.S. President Donald Trump says the bombing campaign against Iran would continue until its objectives were achieved, sending airlines stock plunging as investors digested the impact of axed flight, airspace closure, and lengthy travel disruptions. And still on, oil prices jumped sharply on Monday and equities fell across major markets as the military conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran showed no sign of abating, raising the prospect of a prolonged supply shock that could reignite inflation and weigh on a fragile global economic recovery. Brent crude climbed 6.4% to $77.57 per barrel, briefly breaching $82.00 US, while US crude rose 6.2% to $71.17 US. Gold, the traditional refuge in times of geopolitical stress, however, gained 1.6% to $5,360 US an ounce. The immediate focus of market anxiety is the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly a fifth of the world's seaborne oil trade and a fifth of its liquefied natural gas passes. U.S. President Donald Trump says the conflict could last a further 4 weeks, posting separately that strikes would continue until objectives were met, a signal the market interpreted as ruling out any swift de-escalation. We'll bring you the sport news after this break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps,
wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day.
Welcome back. You're still watching the media bulletin. Now let's add to the sports scene, where Iran's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup has been cast into doubt after comments by Mehdi Taj, president of the Football Federation, Islamic Republic of Iran, following recent US-Israel strikes. Iran had already qualified for the tournament and were drawn in Group G alongside Belgium, New Zealand and Egypt, with matches scheduled in Los Angeles and Seattle. Speaking on Iranian state television, Taj revealed that escalation and the recent US attack on Iranian territory have made the 2026 World Cup preparation increasingly difficult. Taj also confirmed that Iran's domestic league has been suspended indefinitely amid rising tensions. And to end the news, William Saliba and Julian Timber both scored from corner kicks as Arsenal beat Chelsea 2-1 at the Emirates Stadium to retain its 5-point lead at the top of the Premier League. Saliba opened the scoring in the 21st minute, flickering the ball home with the help of a deflection, while Timber restored Arsenal's lead in the 66th with a header from another corner. Chelsea had equalized on the stroke of half-time when Piero turned the ball into his own net to make it 1-1. Chelsea winger Pedro Neto was, however, sent off in the 70th minute after picking up 2 yellow cards in 3 minutes. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television media bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
These my talents make it hurt.
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have.
We are going local, exploring the makers and manufacturers of this industry, spotlighting the local industries and changing the narrative of the made in Nigeria products. I am Amanda Amosibue for Business Day Television.
Nigeria, blessed with milk and honey, and honestly overflowing with creativity.
If the Nigerian leather company will do very well to pick me up to continue promoting the leather business, I don't see myself going back.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we take you on surveys across markets in Nigeria to explore the true heartbeat of the economy.
Me personally, I've been here more than 10 years, but my husband has been here 22 years ago.
Let me just say more than 6 years now. More than 6 years.
Let's say 2 years.
This is my 23 years experience in a woman clothes.
Well, to be honest, I've not been into this very business for long, but for like 6 months that I ventured into this business, I think I've seen a lot of gain, and then I like it that way.
In a society where international brand names are everything, where people are sized up by logos and labels, the big question is, where does that leave our local brands?
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have. Like I do tell people, I have a friend who deal on electrical. Nigeria one is the best. And before they could able to know that this is the best, they pass many challenges. Why people think that when the names alone, the names like Turkey, some people don't even know what is Turkey and the local. Some people will come and tell that I want to buy Turkey, my Turkey dresses. I have a friend who don't have fear of God. Sometimes he sell my products with local amount of Turkey. So some people work according to names. Turkey. Some people don't know it.
Now let me tell you, most people want to have that name. Like they want to have that name of someone that uses big bag. We have Pedra products, we have Chris Bella, we have Dior. Now when you see someone with Christian Dior bag, even though it is Abamid, the name, the brand name, you understand, will give that person that kind of momentum that yes, he or she is having something costly. You understand? But not knowing fully well that Nigerian leathers, Nigerian made leathers, they are very, very strong. It lasts for you. But all these foreign bags, they look expensive. They are expensive, but the guarantee, the year's guarantee, that's what we are looking onto. So I prefer the Nigerian leather to the foreign bag. You understand? But in terms of buying and business, the foreign one is okay.
Today, we hit the ground running at the ever-busy Balogun market, known for many things, but especially for its rich lineup of locally made products. From bags and shoes to adire and makeup, Balogun fathers all.
We sell adire material. We sell already made alongside Senegalese, because some of our dresses here we do travel to get some of our dresses.
We're into textile materials. We deal in so many fabrics such as George, crystal fabrics, luxury fabrics. We also deal in male fabrics as well. And if you want numbers of ashobis, we can get them for you. So
Nigeria's local clothing industry remains one of the most exciting parts of our creative economy. From ready-to-wear to bespoke pieces, designers are mixing Ankara, Ashoke and Adire with modern styles, serving culture, creativity and confidence all in one outfit.
Mostly we buy from Senegal, and then on the Adire stuff, we do travel to Oshogbo at times to get some kind of fabric that is Adire fabric. But if it's Ankara fabric as well, we do order for it. But on the norms, everything we are ordering that is particularly based on Ankara, we can easily get it here too in Lagos Island. So, and we have a lot of tailors that sew for us. We have Senegalese tailors, yeah, that sews for us. But the Adire fabric itself, we like people here in Nigeria, people here in Lagos to sew for us. Like me now, I do create my own designs myself. I draw my designs. Like this kind of stuff, this kind of dress now, I draw it, is my design. I'm the first person that made this design.
Actually, we made different materials. Most of our adire from Abeokuta, some are from Aguda, and majorly some of us we do make our adire too. Some Oshogbo, but as regards lace is imported. We buy lace from China, from Switzerland, then we made it for them. Ankara, same thing. The China people, they start making Ankara, so we get our Ankara from China, and there are some Tessless is in Ikeja. We get Ankara from them as well. Nigerians, we make them. We have our designers that make our clothes for us. They do produce them. But I'm not trying to be biased, but the good lace, when we talk of lace, Swiss lace, is from Switzerland. Did you get it? There are some laces from other places, but mainly the good ones, not the good, the quality ones are from Switzerland.
well, I prefer to stock them because we believe that most Nigerians love imported goods. They believe like Nigerian goods are not like are not how will I explain it? Are not so good, and maybe they believe that we Nigerians don't have good quality. But for we do have good quality, especially when it comes to adire. Yeah, I love adire and I love to wear adire. But the only problem we have is bringing it into Nigeria. We can't bring it, so we'll make it here in Nigeria, and they make it in places like Ogun State, Oshogbo, Oshun, and I love to wear adire because it just gives you this different, unique vibe, and your styling too matters as well. So then, while these luxury fabrics, we bring them for most of our clients that want quality, like luxury quality, especially when it comes to weddings, birthdays, any big functions, and that's where people come in requesting that they want Ashobi fabrics. And they request for multiple numbers, like for example 50 people, 100 people, and that's where we produce. And it just has this fine, beautiful class that this luxury fabric gives. Like for example, this is Swiss cord, and it comes in different colors. So you can tell me, okay, fine, Madam Lassit, I want this fabric, and we can produce for numbers of people that you want.
Okay, from Aba, we all know Aba in Abia State. Well, I'm a native of Abia State, so I'm very proud of my place. Aba, we produce things, we produce shoes, we produce bags, leather mostly. And most of them, when you tell someone that it comes from China, it will be very, very hard for them to not to believe, you understand, because they look alike. Aba products and China products, they look alike.
And in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the Adire market, it's pure vibes as every trader has a story. Stories of ups and downs, steady patronage, slow days, and resilience.
I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China.
The local leather industry is quietly doing its thing. Artisans are crafting handbags, backpacks, and corporate bags that can stand shoulder to shoulder with imported ones. Trust me, no cap.
What made me venture into this business is that when I started new, I had some motivations from my friend that I will make it here in this business. But you know, we are with the leather in this product, in this business, leather matters a lot. You understand? So this business now, I was ventured into this business by my dad. He made me go into this business. And then the money, the business, you know, I want to be a big man, I want to build a house, I want to buy my own car. Yeah, I want to make it in life. You understand? As a big businessman. That's one of the main reasons I ventured into this business. Let me tell you something. If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up, to continue promoting the leather business, I don't see myself going back, because something that you love, something that you see yourself doing the most, you understand, when you get back up in it, you will continue doing it, you do it forever. But when you find out that nothing, you are slacking out, no backup, nothing, at a point in time, your mind will have to tell you that at least you're making fool of yourself. You need backup, you need something to push you up. You understand? So if the leather company, if they are seeing this particular video, I think they should make it up to them to take someone to promote their business. Now, China and all these foreign made countries that are making these bags, they have people promoting their business. They are up to the task, they come up to it, they pay for it, they pay for the promotion. Understand? So why can't Nigeria do it that way? Nigeria can do better. Nigeria has the money. If Nigeria can kill corruption, take it up to them to make their things better. Believe me, everything will be better. So now I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China. We just need to make and give it a name. You understand that others will see and believe that it has a name. Now, person they give something name. So let us give our own product the name.
Nigeria's beauty industry has also seen a surge in locally formulated makeup products tailored specifically for African tones and our climate. From foundations to lipsticks and skincare, these brands get it. And as a dark-skinned melanin goddess, why wouldn't you trust people who actually understand your skin and the heat we deal with daily?
People do patronize the Nigeria product because it's a very good product and it's full coverage and it's matte finishing. Even if you have acne, the product, this goodie product, it will cover it. It does not break. That is it. Even if you are sweating, it will not break. And it's matte finishing. It does not even give you any reddish undertone. It's a very good product.
It's not all rosy though, with rising production costs, higher rent, and limited access to funding remaining a major challenge.
The first challenge is the rate, dollars rate, yeah. Because going to Senegal to buy some stuff like we do go to Senegal to buy like laces that is already made, and we're having challenges on the rates in order to pay for flights. And for us to buy goods, at times, if we want to change money, we used to have issue with that dollar rates. I think that's our major issue. Even in this country now, we have rate challenges. Like, let me just say, put it like that.
Challenges is like sometimes materials would be out of material because the material is imported as well. So sometimes we'll be like out of material. Sometimes we don't meet up the quantity we need. That is only challenges I myself personally facing.
I've faced a lot of challenges. Most times when customer comes, when you tell them the price of the bag that you sell, they would like to buy it below the cost price. You know, if you know that when you sell it below that cost price, you've lost. You do not gain anything. nothing, total lost. You understand? That's one of the challenges. And then the second challenge is that most times when rain is falling, we don't used to get customers. You understand? Most times you be in your shop, you only have to sell 3 times a day and sometimes 2 times a day. And that's very, very bad for business. So we're not praying for that kind of thing. We are praying for more customers, more business. You understand?
Many locals see patronage is improving thanks to Nigerians becoming more intentional about supporting local brands.
It's fine and it's cool. People do come to buy market very well here constantly because we do sell African wares here, and then most of our dresses that we sell, it's something that is you can easily to buy. You can, if you need any like houseware, we sell houseware as well. We sell free gowns. We sell something that you can use to work like Friday wears. So I think the patronage is fine with me. People come here to buy, most especially most UBA staffs. They are helping. Everything is fine.
It has been so wonderful. You know, this is ready to wear, so you might not have tailor challenges. Mostly what we do, we have varieties. We have lace, adire. So most of the challenges, I'm not going to say our challenges, but people that will come and buy from us, once they see what they like, they are ready to buy it and they wear it immediately. So you will not have tailor challenges. You know, most of our tailors, when we give them clothes, I'm not trying to, no, I'm just trying to protect my business. When you give them clothes, some will say 5 days, 10 days, and at the end of the day, they will disappoint. But ours is not like that. Once you are here, you are ready to go.
This episode tells a bigger story, one of a changing mindset, local pride, and industries that are not just surviving, but evolving.
I love Adire, and in as much as I would love to invest, but I don't think I want that now because I don't that's not my field. Adire is more is okay for people that sell Ankara, so it works for them. For me, it doesn't work for me because I don't know how to sell it. I can walk into a store and buy, but I can't sell. So I'm okay. I'm used to the ones that would sell, which is George, Swiss laces, beaded laces, any kind of laces you want. But Adire, I don't think I would like to invest so much in it. I can buy maybe for like 50, maybe 50 pieces for a few people that want. I might just stock up. I might use like 500,000 to just stock up a few for a few people that request for it. But I won't want to put so much investment in Adire.
What happened is this. Number one is the importation was very, very expensive on the high side since after lockdown. So the importation was very, very high, and the shipping fee was so expensive. So for people in my country to meet up, so that is, and the tray. Sometimes it took me 3 months to have my items that I ordered from China or Turkey. So, but here, 1 week, sometimes some days. So that's the reason why.
That's it on this episode of Market Pulse. In a shocking twist of events, these traders recently had their shops demolished, leaving them stranded and on the streets still hustling for their daily bread.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even, nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. We really lose a lot. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. United told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they meet His Excellency Mr. Sanwo-Olu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid on November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the halfway land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option and we have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring? They did not provide anything.
Stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing
is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Triumph Against Odds. On this episode, we have somebody who I admire a lot. I've known him since 2012, and he's one person that has inspired me as a human being and as a journalist. We have with us the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigbogu. You don't want to go anywhere, you cannot miss this. This is very, very interesting, important, and something that you need to stay tuned to. Let's get back to this now. I know I've already said it, but it's always nice to hear you introduce yourself. Personally, I find it very exciting when I hear you introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, and pleasure for coming to talk to me this afternoon. My name is Frank Aigbogu. I am a publisher of BusinessDay, which I joined in founding in 2001. But I like to say that I'm a journalist, and every day I try to be a good one at that.
Thank you. So speaking of journalism, let's start from the beginning. You started as a journalist in 1982. I was actually 3 years old then. And you started journalism when before social media, all this digital age and everything. But the question I want to find out is, you worked in AP, you worked in Guardian. How has, those experiences, how has it helped shape your leadership style as someone when you started Business Day?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, as you have said, I began journalism in 1982. I had initially, in 1982, been posted to the office of the Chief Press Secretary in Kano. The then Abubakar Rimi, and the Chief Press Secretary then was Sule Abu, who I eventually met when I got to The Guardian. The Guardian helped to arrange my transfer from Kano after orientation in Wudil. And I arrived in Lagos to The Guardian on the 20th of October 1982 and began a journey that has been both exciting, challenging, but in every sense quite fulfilling as well. Now, you made a point about me having worked at the Guardian Vanguard and the Associated Press, where I represented the Associated Press for 11 years. Starting at the Guardian would be, for me, the place to start. The first task that I was given at the Guardian when I joined, because the Guardian publication started in February of 1983. So we had the Guardian for about 4 or 5 months before publication actually started. First task that I was assigned to by the then Professor Jamie, Onchekwa Jamie, who incidentally became the editor-in-chief of Business Day. He said to me, Frank, that I should prepare a training manual for fresh journalists that were going to be employed at The Guardian. Professor Jamie knew me well. He was my teacher. And I was able to discharge myself. The Guardian had a habit of employing largely people who haven't been in journalism before, in addition to a few people who had been in journalism. And the idea was that they wanted people who had not been corrupted into The Guardian. And from The Guardian, at The Guardian, I rose very quickly. I became, before I left The Guardian, in very short time, head of the reportorial corps for the Sunday Guardian. And not too long after that, I moved to go to Vanguard, where I became the pioneer news editor of the Vanguard. And I worked at the Vanguard for 14 years, both as news editor and as editor of all of the titles at some point at the Vanguard. In that time as well, I started to freelance for the Associated Press. You asked the question, how did all of this shape my leadership? My leadership. At the Vanguard, where I was news editor, there was no internet. For much of the time I was news editor, there was not even a single telephone line into the newspaper. We then relied on a telex machine that was then located in my publisher's place, because that was the only place where we were able to get a telephone line into, because the telex machine needed a telephone connection. At least that's the way it was then. But we managed to get the paper out every day. More than anything you can think of today. There was a time, I think that was in 1986, 87, where the Vanguard was running a daily circulation just under 300,000 every day. And then, of course, at the Associated Press, I was able to experience journalism at its very best on a global scale. And working with them, covered quite a number of very important stories. And I recall very vividly 2 stories. One was the death of Abacha. I put out that story of the death of Abacha, and in 2 hours, that story had been taken by 22 international publications around the world. And then I also remember clearly the story of the oil pipeline explosion in Jesse near Sapele. I know the location very well because I grew up in Sapele. And I was in Sapele. I mean, Associated Press called me on a Sunday afternoon. I'd just come back from church. And they said to me, Frank, whatever you're doing, we want you in Jesse. Whatever you need to go, whether you have to hire an helicopter, whatever it is, we want you on the ground in Jesse. Aero contractors then had a flight into Warri. I joined an aero contractors flight to Warri, took a car to Jesse, and I was promptly on the ground as I had been instructed. It turned out that while I was there was when an American firm, Associated Press is an American news agency. So this was a very relevant story to them. I was right there on location when the American firm put out the fire in Jesse that had killed about 200 people, roasted them. You looked all around, all you saw were carcasses of people.
I remember the fire.
And we put out, Associated Press put out that story, and I got an award, for being the first to break that story, especially fire that had consumed so much people being put out by an American company. So preparing me for leadership was easy. I had seen how being part of a pioneer staffing group at the Guardian and again at the Vanguard, how you just out of mere sheer sweat, you put out a newspaper daily. I had seen that. What it meant to have a publisher that believed in journalism. I had seen that. At Associated Press, I had seen how journalism can be at its very best when it is properly resourced. So all of this helped to shape the work that I have done over the years as publisher of BusinessDay.
Okay. What's a small habit or routine you've kept over decades in journalism that most people won't notice, but that says a lot about how you think and how you work?
I think for me it's discipline. Discipline to understand your subject. When I'm approaching a story, typically those days we would go on assignments. You either got back on Molwe or a Danfo. And in the Danfo, I'm just walking through how to start my story once I got to the newsroom. You didn't have telephones then, so you couldn't have been doing this on a telephone. But I worked on it mentally. So I try to understand my subject. If I'm going to interview somebody, I try to know who that person is, what he has been over the years, his antecedents, the kind of questions to ask, how to measure his responses to me. But it is that discipline of understanding your subject. We didn't have the benefit of internet then. So you'll ask a question, how do you find out? But we had very good libraries. So I had a habit of finding myself in the library, and I was a frequent visitor to the Library of the United States Information Service that was then housed in Race House in Lagos. So it is about disciplined approach to understanding your subject and to news writing. And you won't see that, you won't know about that unless, of course, from the quality of the work that was done. Yeah.
Now that Business Day has been around for over 2 decades, what crossroads do you feel you are standing at personally or professionally?
That's a very interesting question, truly. 25 years of Business Day. It's for all of us an opportunity to look back, and then, of course, more importantly, to look ahead to the journey that is ahead. We are at a crossroad in many ways. We're at a crossroads in terms of the digital migration. Some people call it digital disruption. I hate to call it disruption. I call it migration, because what you see as disruption also provides significantly opportunities for you as well. We have readers today to Business Day around the world who would never have had that opportunity of serving a global audience without the digital disruption, so-called digital disruption. We also believe that it's a time to look at what we have done. What has kept us for this long? And what do we need to do more of or do better of? And what new things do we need to do? What is clear and uppermost in our mind is we are at a point where we must make a transition from a model that is dependent on advertising revenues to a model that is dependent on audience revenues. And what do I mean? Over the last 25 years, or at least a large part of it, we have relied on advertising as the major source of revenues to Business Day. We're now at a point where we say that is no longer sustainable because advertising revenues are falling. Even if you look at the so-called migration to online advertising, we cannot account for all we have lost in print advertising. Not all of it we can see in digital advertising. So somehow there is a pocket that has probably just disappeared and maybe disappeared for good. But we're also now asking ourselves, if we practice good journalism, then it should be worth paying for. So we have a mantra that going forward, our focus will be on journalism worth paying for, or journalism for a paying audience. We have no apologies about that. We would rather do that than ask people to donate to us, people that we can't even show whether they're interested in us or not. So the pivot is to from a dependence on advertising to dependence on revenue, on audience revenues. That's a major part. That means strengthening your technology base. We see that others talk about technology as an enabler for their business. Some just talk about it, and when you get into the business, you see very little of technology. But there isn't any way we can approach journalism for a paying audience without a strong technology environment, because we need technology to distribute our content. We need technology to even build that content. But more importantly, we need technology as a payment to create for us a payment platform so that someone can subscribe to Business Day from anywhere in the world and be able to pay seamlessly. So that's what I see. And then, of course, we have been working on building a strong events and thought leadership business. People say we have succeeded, but I don't think we have. I think there is significant upside to explore, and that is also our focus. But maybe finally, we are now very, very focused on people. If you're talking about journalism for a paying audience, then you have to be talking about excellence in journalism. And you can't deliver excellence without a well-trained, well-motivated, well-led and focused people. So that, for me, is the third part of this triangle. The truth is that for entrepreneurs around the world, and perhaps even more so in Nigeria, it is a common thing to be able to experience times when operations become quite challenging and you are not so sure whether you want to go forward or go backwards. In our own case, we had several of those moments. For instance, when we started first as a weekly publication, and we were published on Mondays. It was always clear to us that we were going to be published every day, every business day, which is why we took the name from the beginning, Business Day. But when we made the transition to a weekly newspaper, it was very, very excruciating. We burnt a lot of cash. In my recollection, we probably burnt anything from 220 to 250 million naira of those days in 2022. That is today something in excess of 2 to 2.5 billion naira that we burnt in that transition. Nigerians were used to business newspapers being published on a Monday. So we needed to create the relevance for for a daily publication. And so we saw, almost like watching blood flow out of your body, paper going to Kakawa and coming back in the afternoon unsold. It went on for a while. And I think what kept us going was that we had the good fortune from the very beginning of seeking to properly capitalize our business. We didn't want a Kende and Son newspaper. We brought in shareholders, some of whom were well capitalized. We brought in a private equity firm. We may be the first newspaper into which a private equity ever invested in Nigeria. And so we were capitalized. The money we burnt, we didn't borrow from the bank. It was equity. If we had borrowed, we probably wouldn't be here today. So that was a major thing. And then, of course, there were publications that we met in the market. There was Financial Standard, there was Business Times. They were there, well grounded, and we had to fight to break into the market. And as we fought, the more they provided barriers against us. But thanks to God, we're here today because we succeeded in that battle to fight for a slice of the market. I think for me, there's hardly any of the things that I knew or believed that I had to unlearn. Hardly anything. Except perhaps, of course, that one needed a better understanding. What I found, and I still find to my great disappointment, is that journalists are not very good as managers. In fact, it was almost like it was a crime for a journalist to be a manager of resources. Our focus is journalism. We don't want to mix journalism with anything commercial. And it wasn't only about Nigerian journalists. The press all over the world, especially the American press, newsrooms in America, found to their greatest pain that when the first Gulf War broke, they had all exhausted their budget and didn't have money to cover the Gulf War. And that was when thinking around resource management in newsrooms in America changed. So if you call that unlearning, that's fine. I have always believed, and I believed it even more as I grew into management, that while journalism is public service, a tool for society, for emancipation, for development, for accountability, you can only do that if you have a strong, commercially successful platform. If you can't pay your staff or pay your staff well, forget your allegiance to public good or public. People are probably just looking for money everywhere and messing up your reputation and the so-called power that you have for society's emancipation. So my belief was that you must focus on the commercial side of the business as you focus on the content side of the business. If the commercial side is weak, the content side will become even weaker. In fact, it will collapse. So that's one of the interesting things that I have, over the years, come to understand better as I have grown in leadership and in management. I believe that journalists should get to a point where they should be able to play any role along the value chain. Whether they move from the newsroom to go to HR, whether they move from the newsroom to go to main management or general management, journalists need to acquire that general knowledge and understanding of what is easily their business. Because as I said, sustainability means that you have to focus on the different sides of the business as well.
Well, funny enough, one thing I've always believed in as a journalist is, over the years, based on my own 15 years or so about journalism, is a journalist can be anything. That's what I've always believed. That's why
It shouldn't be just a belief, it should be a requirement.
And that's why I don't allow any situation that is placed before me. I'll just say, I can't do so, I can't do that. Because I always tell myself, a journalist can do anything, I can be anything. And
I think that's a very good way to start. Wanting to do everything means that you have to understand everything you want to do.
Yes.
You know? And one of the things that I have done here at the Vanguard, at Business over the years, is to just keep my ears to the ground. I tend to hear about things happening in a department quite often before the managers of that department get to hear. I am a very good learner and I listen a lot. But more importantly, I ask a lot of questions. If there is any single thing that has helped me as a manager, is that ability to ask questions.
BusinessDay has survived where many publications failed. What specific strategic shifts, either editorial, commercial, or structural, help the paper endure Nigeria's toughest economic cycle?
I think very importantly, it is sound management.
Sound management.
What we have done at the BusinessDay from the very beginning is create solid governance structures. We have had board of directors with directors. Some of the directors are some of the best people in Nigeria. People who can ask management questions. People who are able to handhold management to point to the big picture that is ahead of us. So that board faces the commercial side of the business. We've also had an editorial advisory board, which was set up and led by the late Dick Kramer, one of the toughest, the more thorough human being that I have ever met. And for as long as he was alive and heading our board, the editorial board did not miss a meeting for more than 13 years. And the discipline to ask questions of our editors through the publisher, what is happening? The ability to keep our feet to the fire by the questions that were asked of us. But also more importantly, the help that we were offered. There was no one we couldn't talk to in Nigeria. Once we mentioned the name Dick Kramer, he opened every door. But I say good management is what has happened on the back of these two boards that kept our feet to the fire. I hear people talk about, oh, this newspaper collapsed because they were tough on government and so they didn't get government advertising. It's all rubbish. It's about solid management. When you are not getting government advertising, it's even the more reason to have a sound management. When you are spending money as if money is water, how much of advertising would you get to be able to sustain such an indulgence anyway?
Very true.
So over the years, I learned the first thing that a successful newspaper must do well is installing a solid governance structure.
How do you personally balance optimism about Nigeria's future with the hard economic data you see daily, especially when the numbers tell an uncomfortable story?
You know, this is one part of my life that is sometimes contradictory.
Okay.
You know, when I'm dealing with Nigerian statistics as a journalist, I'm excited.
Okay.
As bleak as these statistics are, I'm excited until I remember that I'm a Nigerian. Then there's this very huge weight on me, and I then feel pained that ever so often the statistics and data that I've had to deal with as a Nigerian, the comparisons that I've had to make with peers have always been negative. It's hard. But what you do as a journalist is not to focus on only, there are two sides to a coin.
Yes.
It's not to focus on only one side of the coin. The truth of the matter is, if you look well enough, if you are good enough to turn the coin to the other side, you're likely going to see something else. And that's what I have done routinely as a journalist, as a business journalist, to focus on the not so good things and to focus on the things that are also changing for good. And the truth is, Nigeria today is changing, but changing slower than it should change. In fact, I had a visit this morning from someone who is based in the Netherlands, a Nigerian, who's been doing some thinking around what to do about Nigeria. And he said to me that, you know, Nigerians say that corruption and stealing, once you deal with it, Nigeria will become good. He says to me, Frank, that is so untrue. He said he has done a research. All over the world, the countries that are doing well, their 80% of the government income comes from taxation. 80%.
80%.
Even as close to us as South Africa is. 80% of their revenues come from taxation. But he said to me, Frank, you know what's going on? You ask yourself, so if 80% comes from taxation, who are those who are paying the tax? He said to me that the research is doing, and I'm very interested in reading this, the numbers, confirmation of the numbers. He said you look at different countries, some of which he has looked at. He's looking at 4 countries, including South Africa, because it's in Africa. And he asked himself, how many companies in these countries have turnover of $1 billion and above, or profit at $1 billion and above? Because profit is what determines how much tax they pay.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yes.
So if you take an average of 25% or 23% as company income tax, he said to me, whereas in South Africa, no, let's start with Nigeria. In Nigeria, companies with that size of turnover or profitability, in his own count, are probably about 8 or 7 or 9 max. Ghana probably has about 5. South Africa has 200. So take 25% of 200, and 25% of 7 or 9 in Nigeria. We're joking. The real problem with Nigeria is the top line, not the bottom line. There is stealing, without any question. But the problem is there is no money. And so his research, he's an academician, his research is focused on how do you grow the top line to deliver enough tax, and how do you tax the people enough to the point where the people are asking their government, what do you do with the money? He says that is the only way, or a major way, to sustain democracy in any country, where the people, because of their tax payment, are challenging their government to account for it. As it is today, we are like, we go to the Oba's palace, the Oba blesses us with peanuts. We go home and we are laughing. We don't ask the Oba, where's this money from that you're giving me? But if you are paying tax to government and they are stealing it, you will take a knife and go and meet those in government. Go and check what happened in America. When those who paid the tax started to work against those stealing. Some of them disappeared, those people who were stealing, because they were asking, we are paying this money, what do you do with it? Nigerians don't care. They just believe the government is stealing, so whatever they too can get, they get, and we all move on. And we just keep walking around in this vicious cycle.
Sure.
Yeah. So a journalist has to have an open mind to learn, and as you said earlier, to unlearn some of the things that we taught. In Business Day, there is a phrase we use, which was taught us by Dick Kramer, that even in Nigeria, conventional wisdom can sometimes be wrong.
Oh, wow.
What people believe, oh, this is it. In Nigeria, we don't believe. We say, show me. Where's the data?
So, if the next 5 years of your life were a chapter, what would it be titled? And what unfinished work would it focus on?
Title for me would be Consolidation.
Consolidation.
I am at a time in life where I have more years behind me than the number of years ahead of me. So at this time in life is not the time for any significant adventure. It is the time to begin to bring together what you have been doing, so that when it's time to leave it in the hand of somebody, you are leaving something that is complete, something that is alive, something that is solid. So for me, it is looking at what I have been doing all my life and asking myself, where are the loose ends still? And how do I tighten those loose ends? Where are the I's without a dot still? And how do I put a dot on the I's? Where are the T's that need crossing? So for the next 5 years, that's what I'm going to be doing. My focus is going to be on creating more sustainability pillars for my own personal life and for the business that I've had the privilege to lead.
After crossing the 25th year line, the 25th year line, as you know, Business Day is 25 now, what does resilience mean to you now? And how must the media business evolve to stay relevant in Nigeria's next economic chapter?
That's, again, another very good question. Resilience is even more important now than in the past, when we thought that, firstly, anything we publish will be consumed. When we thought that we knew what will happen tomorrow. Today is a year of uncertainty. Those days, people used to talk about the known and the unknowns. Now you are even talking about the unknowns. You're talking about uncertainty that has become the order of life. So journalism can no longer be taken for granted in the age of citizenship journalism or citizens journalism, as you say today, in the age of a digital world, in the age where the youth or so-called Gen Zs are thinking about something else rather than news about what is happening around them, and they're asking, so what is this, almost disdainfully. So I think it's important for journalism to continue to recreate itself, to continue to create a connection with society, to continue to create something that is local and of interest to the people. But more importantly, to be sure that whatever it does resonates with the people. If the people you serve are asking, what is this, you are in trouble. So all of that needs a proper understanding, especially of how things are evolving. All of that needs a technology enablement. And all of that needs not just the old degree in mass communication, but a better understanding far beyond the journalism degree today. Yeah.
Okay. Because someone like myself, I actually read microbiology in school, but right from when I was young, I've always had an interest in writing, researching, and all of that. So it was just easy for me to abandon microbiology and just move into journalism, and I've been doing it for a number of years.
Today, you're looking for people with intelligence and skill, and you believe you can teach them to write. Those days, the thing was get people who can write. Whether or not they knew what they were writing about didn't matter then. But it matters a lot today.
So, on a lighter note, before we end this interesting discussion, I wish we'd go on and on, because honestly, it's like school. I feel like I'm in school and I'm just learning. On a lighter note, what is one maybe like hidden talent, things that people don't really know about you, that maybe you would like us to know about you, a hidden talent or something that you do when you're not in business day, leading the charge, every day? What do you do to relax outside? And I'm going to add this, outside of watching TV and news, what do you do to relax and just, let me not put things in your mouth, but I know some people go to enjoy painting, listen to music and all of that. What do you do to relax? And are there interesting things about you that we don't know that we should?
I was at a retreat about 2-3 weeks ago, and we started the retreat by breaking the ice. And we all asked the question, what is the secret trait about you that others don't know? And I said, for me, it is just being positive in my thinking and my approach to things. The ability to never say die, never say never. The ability to see the cup always as half full rather than half empty. And that probably comes from two things. The first is I come from a humble background where I had nothing. And so for me, anything was something. The other one is that I have learned to believe in God, my God, the Almighty God, of whom we say, with him, there is nothing that is impossible. So that for me is the inner strength that carries me. I recall very vividly, around 2009, we had very, very severe competition with a major competitor. Every day I sat on my desk, my people, especially my salespeople, went out and they came back with stories about how this competitor is working to get us out of the business. Calmly, we went through it. What happened was completely outside of our own hands. This competitor launched a daily publication to fight us. But you know what? Their bet was on the basis of the IPO advertising. Companies were going to the stock exchange. Those that were already there were expanding their ownership base. And that meant a lot of advertising revenues for newspapers. And so they thought that if they came, they will take the market from us. Not too long after they came, you had the global financial crisis. But so much so, 1 year, there was not a single IPO in Nigeria. The newspaper collapsed. We're here today.
So what do you do when you're not?
I watch football.
You watch football?
I support Manchester United. And in the last maybe 8 or 9 years, there's never been a better time than we are in this week. When it's not so long since we beat the noisy neighbors in Manchester, and we beat Arsenal as well. The defeat of Arsenal was painful to me because my young son supports Arsenal.
Oh, okay.
And so we were never allowed to discuss that match in my house.
Your house, okay.
But what I do when I want to do something else, is to watch football. I I am a reckless watcher of football. If I'm watching football, my wife doesn't even bother to serve me food because I might use my leg to clear the food from the table, especially if it's a Manchester United match.
So outside of football, is there any other thing that you do?
The other thing I do is to read.
Read. Have you ever thought about collecting art or something like that? Something still has some business to.
I have friends who collect arts, so sometimes they influence me. But I must tell you the truth, I'm not an art collector.
Okay, so on a final note.
That's not to say I don't have a few pieces here and there.
Of course.
I go into places, whether it's in Enugu, at IMT in Enugu, which is the latest place I acquired a piece of art. Or there used to be a restaurant in Abuja when I traveled to Abuja, where they also, turn the restaurant into a gallery. And I will pick things there. And sometimes in Lagos as well. But I don't regard myself as an art collector.
Okay. I think it's something you should, now that you're moving into that last phase.
It's probably too late in life now.
Never too late.
I think my children should do that, not me.
Okay. So, but...
You see, in life, you must choose your battles.
Okay.
Yeah? Don't be known for everything.
No, of course.
Just choose a few things that you want to do and to do well. If there is anything that I want to focus the rest of my life on, it is knowing God more. It's understanding that final resting place that I go to when I breathe no more. I think for me, that would be my obsession today. And they're fitting well at that because you'll be a fool if you're on a journey and you don't know where you're going.
So, my last question, before I let you go, is think back to 2001. When you started BusinessDay, what's the one thing that you wish somebody had whispered in your ear? When you look at where you are now and when you started in 2001, what's the one thing you wish somebody had whispered in your ear before you even started?
Let me start to answer that question by first telling you that after I'd worked in Vanguard for 14 years, and I thought that I was nearing my end in Vanguard, the first thing I thought of doing had nothing to do with journalism. First thing I thought of doing was start a small factory to manufacture plastics.
Interesting.
I had been an avid collector of plastics, and I just admired them. I mean, it was almost like a dream for me. So when I began to look for capital, that was when I met a roadblock. The fellow, Mr. Essien then, who was helping me to raise capital, said to me that many of the places that he was going to were asking questions, what experience do I have with plastics? Why would they, fund an adventure that has no solid grounding? And I then said, okay, so what would they give me money to do? And he said anything to do with journalism. That's how I pivoted back to journalism.
Oh,
so let me tell you that. I had reached a point where I thought I could do anything. And the only thing that I thought I could do well was manufacture plastics. But somehow I didn't find the funding for it. But if you ask me today, what is it that if it had been whispered into my ears in 2001 would have helped me more? It would have been to be a bit more realistic with my expectations. In 2001, as I was planning, the first person that I met to discuss the business and strategy with was Professor Pat Utomi. The note I took in his house in Ikoyi that afternoon, was a Sunday after church. I still have the notes.
Wow.
And sometimes I read them. The notes that I then built subsequently after he accepted to be our first chairman and the work that he then led us to do, I still have those notes. When I started dreaming about the business, the daily publication, I had notes of expectations and all that. When I read them today, I just laugh. They are so well away from the reality that I faced
that-
in the subsequent years.
Ah,
Yes.
honestly, I think now I know more about business than anybody. Honestly, this has been for me. It's a huge honor and privilege. And honestly, this afternoon I've learned so much about Business Day, about how it started, how 25 years in, how great things from where we started to where we are now has been a lot, competitions and everything. So I want to say thank you for everything. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for, keeping the fire burning and not letting go. Thank you for not going into plastics.
Because we may not have met.
Because we may not have met, and this dream will have been lost in some plastic company.
I think I'm excited that I have done this for the last 25 years. Yeah. I'm looking ahead to the next part of that journey.
Yes.
We're currently working on installing a managing director in BusinessDay. So the transition to the next phase of the journey is already started. We believe that managing director will be in place in March of this year. But 25 years is a good time to reflect.
True.
And just be thankful to God and be thankful to our partners. We're doing a celebration that will not be tied to a particular day. Real anniversary date is the 2nd of July. But from March, before the end of March, we're going to roll out a number of things that we will do. We're going to introduce a newly designed print edition of BusinessDay. We're going to introduce a newly designed website. We're going to introduce a new mobile application. We will, of course, reward our staff. There are people who have worked here for more than 20 years.
True.
And we're going to bring them together and just celebrate their loyalty and their dedication and the contribution that they've made to the business, part of which is why we are here today. We will, of course, be celebrating our partners, those who have stood by us every day of these 25 years. I look back and I say to myself, the role that some key companies have played in our life, companies that have supported what we are doing, who just like the idea that there is a newspaper providing a different kind of opportunity to cover business. Newspaper that understands the business, the toiling that goes on in business, and approaches the coverage of business and finance from empathy, even if it is also able to criticize some of the not so good things that business does as well. But we are at a point of celebration in 2026, and we will let everybody know that we're still here, and not only that we're here, we're going to be here for another 25 years. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. On that note, we come to the end of one of the most, for me personally, I'm not saying anything, but one of the most interesting episodes of Triumph Against Odds. But I don't know, you can say what episode is interesting for you. I hope you don't forget what we always say at Triumph Against Odds. Do not forget to be resilient. Thank you. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and this was another interesting Triumph Against Odds episode. Have a blessed day.
This
is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
And this is the Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, FGN Savings Bonds offer up to 13.9% for March 2026 subscription. And Naira eyes 1,400 to the dollar amid rising geopolitical tensions. Owen shuts down Iraq Limited as ex-employee alleges silicosis workplace death. An MTN Group projects fourfold jump in earnings in Nigeria. Ghana rebound. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The federal government has unveiled its March 2026 saving bond, offering up to 13.906% per annum to retail investors. The offer was revealed on Monday in a circular on the website of the Debt Management Office, while subscription opens March 2nd and closes March 6th, with settlement on March 11th, 2026, backed by the federal government sovereign guarantee. The 2-year bond due March 11, 2028 offers 12.906%, while the 3-year due March 11, 2029 yields 13.906%. In February 2026, rates were 15.356%, with subscription exceeding 5.9 billion naira across both tenors. The program aims to deepen the domestic debt market and widen retail access to sovereign instruments, while the bond qualifies under the Trustees Investment Act. And moving on, the Naira ended February 2026 at 1,368.5 to the dollar in the official market, up from 1,384.5 to the dollar at the start of the month, reflecting a modest month-on-month appreciation. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that despite late-month volatility, the currency maintained a firmer position relative to January. In the final week of February, the Naira faced renewed pressure, opening the week on Monday at 1,353.5 Naira to the dollar and depreciating steadily across subsequent trading sections, eventually closing at 1,368 Naira.5 to the dollar by Friday. Still on, the Ogun State government has shut down African Refractory and Allied Product Limited in Ojigo following a viral video in which a former employee alleged he contracted silicosis while working at the company. The development was announced in a statement posted on the state government official X handle on Sunday. The company, which produces ramming mass by crushing quartz stone into fine powder for furnace lining in steel companies, will remain closed pending the outcome of investigations. The State Commissioner for Environment, Ola Oresoya, reviewed the decision during a fact-finding visit to the facility alongside officials of the Ministry of Environment and the Ogun State Environmental Protection Agency, stating that the company would remain shut while investigations into the allegations are ongoing. Oresoya added that the government would ensure a thorough investigation and bring the matter to a logical conclusion. Coming up, MTN Group projects fourfold jump in earnings in Nigeria, Ghana rebound. We bring you this and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the Africa scene, where Africa's largest mobile network operator, MTN Group Limited, has projected that its full-year earnings will more than quadruple, buoyed by a sharp recovery in its Nigerian and Ghanaian businesses. The Johannesburg headquartered telco said it expects headline earnings per share of between 10.62 Rand and 11.68 Rand for the 12 months ended December. Now, this marks a significant turnaround from the loss recorded in the prior year. The group attributed the expected improvement to stronger operational performances in its key markets. MTN Nigeria and MTN Ghana together account for more than 40% of group revenue, making them strategically important to the broader business. And away from that story, NNPC's 2024 financial statement and official output data shows that about 14.66% of Nigeria's crude oil production in 2025 was likely committed to servicing crude-backed loans, with 4 major facilities: Project Gazelle, Project Yield, Project Leopard, and Eagle Export Funding, tied to a combined 213,000 barrels per day, equivalent to about 77.75 million barrels out of the 530.41 million barrels produced during the year. At the 2025 average Bonny-Light price of $72.08 per barrel, the crude allocated to debt servicing is valued at roughly 8.36 trillion naira at the official exchange rate, which suggests a notable portion of Nigeria's oil output was effectively pre-committed to loan repayment. Project Gazelle represents the largest exposure at 90,000 barrels per day, followed by Project Yield at 67,000 barrels per day, Project Leopard at 35,000 barrels per day, and Eagle Export Funding at 21,000 barrels per day. While gross crude earnings were estimated at 55.5 trillion naira, experts stress that net fiscal gains are reduced by cost, deduction, and forward sale obligations. Also, the Nigerian exchange closed the final week of February on a bearish note, with the all-share index declining 1.11% to 192,826.78 points, and market capitalization falling 1.12% to 123.76 trillion naira amid a noticeable slowdown in investor activity. Total turnaround dropped to 5.49 billion shares worth 196.71 billion naira in 233 deals, compared to 7.66 billion shares valued at 252.57 billion naira the previous week, as the financial services sector led trading with 58.99% of total volumes. Market breadth weakened, with 69 stocks declining compared to 32 gainers, while 47 remained unchanged, and despite the broader dip, Fortis Global Insurance surged 56.67% to top the gainers chart. In a regulatory move, the exchange suspended trading in Zichi's agro-allied industry effective February 23, 2026, saying the suspension was in the interest of investors. And to end the Nigerian scene, Nigeria's agriculture sector recorded a turnaround of 101.46 trillion naira in 2025, up from 96.46 trillion naira in 2024, as real growth accelerated by 2.92% from 1.69%, according to the National Bureau of Statistics data. The sector's nominal contribution to GDP rose 5.18% year-on-year. Crop production remained the dominant segment at 64.41 trillion naira, followed by livestock at 25.66 trillion naira, forestry at 6.47 trillion naira, and fishing at 4.92 trillion naira. Agriculture grew 4.00% year-on-year in the fourth quarter and accounted for 27.55% of total GDP in 2025, underscoring its central role in the economy. Analysts say sustaining growth will require a careful policy balance between affordability and farmer protection and advocate guaranteed pricing mechanisms to prevent import-driven prices shocks, protect producer incomes, and maintain long-term investment in the sector. Coming up, Rio Tinto to restart $473 million South African mineral sand project. This and more after this break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the trial.
Welcome back. We now head to Africa, where Rio Tinto has approved the restart of Richards Bay Minerals, a $473 million Zolti South project in South Africa, 6 years after suspending operations due to community unrest. And according to reports, this decision marks a significant step in stabilizing the company's operations in KwaZulu-Natal province. Richards Bay Minerals, which is 74% owned by Rio Tinto, mines mineral-rich sands used to produce zircon, rutile, ilmenite, and titanium dioxide, key inputs in paint, sunscreen, and electronics manufacturing. Management said the restart reflects stronger engagement with host communities, as China Abo Engineering Company has been appointed as the engineering, procurement, and construction contractor. Now, construction is expected to begin in the first quarter of 2026, with initial commercial production targeted for the fourth quarter of 2028. And still in South Africa's manufacturing sentiment weakened in February, with the headline Purchasing Managers Index slipping further below the 50-point neutral mark. The seasonally adjusted PMI, sponsored by ABSA, declined to 47.4 from 48.7 in January, signaling continued deterioration in business conditions. MERS sub-indices were broadly unchanged, but weaker business activity and a further drop in employment dragged the headline reading lower. One positive signal was a rise in the sub-index measuring expected business conditions, suggesting some improvement in forward-looking sentiment despite current pressures. ABSA said the data indicated that an early year production rebound was not sustained, and the bank warned that the stop-start pattern of output remains a constraint on investment, capacity expansion, and job creation. And on the foreign scene, oil prices jumped sharply on Monday and equities fell across major markets as the military conflict between the United States Israel and Iran showed no sign of abating, raising the prospect of a prolonged supply shock that could reignite inflation and weigh on a fragile global economic recovery. Brent crude climbed 6.4% to $77.57 a barrel, briefly breaching $82, while U.S. crude rose 6.2% to $71.17. Gold, the traditional refuge in times of geopolitical stress, however, gained 1.6% to $5,360 an ounce. The immediate focus of market anxiety is the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly a fifth of the world's seaborne oil trade and a fifth of its liquefied natural gas passes. U.S. President Donald Trump said the conflict could last a further 4 weeks, posting separately the strikes would continue until U.S. objectives were met, a signal the market interpreted as ruling out any swift day escalations. Still on, Saudi Arabia's eastern province, Saudi Aramco has suspended operations as its 550,000 barrel a day Ras Tanura refinery after a drone attack linked to Iran's retaliation in the Gulf. The complex on the Gulf Coast is one of the Middle East's largest refineries and the critical Saudi crude export terminal. The strike followed coordinated U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iranian targets last Saturday to neutralize threats tied to Iran's nuclear and missile programs, describing the action as preventive. Explosions were reported in Tehran and other cities, while Iran responded with strikes on U.S. assets in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE, with some missiles intercepted. And we bring you the sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Flex is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They are survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.